5 seconds. Wings Gaming's turn to ban.
Nah.
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Oh.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
War Chief.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban.
Yeah.
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Luna. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dazzle!
OG's turn to pick.
Terror Blade.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Storm Spirit.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Silencer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
And have that brief presence in lane and then immediately start rotating back to join the rest of the
Prepare
team.
for
So
battle.
I do like that quite a bit. It helps adjust some of the split pushing problems that they were going to have to deal with against the Terrorblade naturally, and also just as a 5-man group, I think you always need a support that does something like that for you. But it's the Silencer that is going to be the probably the big question mark here. How he fares in his matchup against the Storm Spirit, which should be quite in his favor, and how much he can keep that Storm Spirit down is really going to determine whether or not at 15 minutes they can take that first couple of Tier 1 towers.
All right, we'll have to watch and see those early pushes, what the reactions are going to be. It does look like there was some early movement out. Why in the area? I'm not sure if they're expecting that he placed a ward or something over here, but he did actually not get any down, it looks like. So there's one ward that's placed over in the mid lane, as well as one down here by the bottom
30
side.
seconds to battle.
I'm really excited for this match, and I think, you know, you talked about that lack, again, of a very strong initiator. It's feeling to me also like the Shadow Shaman's ability to get farm in this is going to be so important. You can see right here as well, they get 2 D wards with this 1 sentry ward. Another one's going to be placed down. So unfortunately, still no ability to get any pull camps off. Nice play there by that Spirit.
That was kind of cool. The fact that he just like so brazenly just kind of walked up and swapped out those wards and was able to keep that easy camp blocked. And it goes into exactly what you were saying, right? Is that we need the Shadow Shaman to be able to get some farm early. He needs to be able to make use of these pulls. And you could see how much both sides are putting the pressure on being able to open up that camp or close it in the case of OG. The Ice is now bringing another sentry to him. So he's going to open up that camp, hopefully before the 30-second mark. He'll probably have to blow through an early tango, which kind of sucks, but he opens that up, allows him to be able to find a way to be able to pull against this dual lane of Earth Spirit and Centaur, because you don't really want to dual lane with a Centaur too much. He really likes the solo experience that's gifted to him.
Yeah, well, and you can see already, like, maybe they're going to start and go in for a little bit more aggression here. Shadow already in some trouble. Luna, is she going to end up going down? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Rolling Boulder is going to be off cooldown again in 3 seconds. But, you know, the lack of regen, Boots first on Ice, they might be able to punish this a little bit. And Wings are going to have to come up with an answer as they're already dropped very low here. There's a Shrine available for offlane as well.
Shadow did not respect, spacing-wise, this dual lane. He got way too close to S4, and S4 very brazenly just kind of charged the Luna. And it's going to be one of the downsides of picking a Luna is that your low range in lane does offer a lot of opportunities for heroes like Centaur to abuse you. Most offlaners are going to abuse low-range heroes.
Well, I mean, and talk about low range. We mentioned Ice's ability to zone out here. 68 damage and then going all the way up an extra 14 on top of that when he's got the Lunar Blessing. This guy got pretty buff during that last patch, and we'll see if he's going to be able to keep the pressure on, trying to harass these guys. Look at how much damage he does to that Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur's not used to being chunked down by a Shadow Shaman.
He's a poor man's shield and it did that much. Like,
yeah.
That's absurd. And, well, maybe in some trouble now, turning for the shackles. Maybe wants to fight this. S4 in some trouble, but can they bring him down in time? They are going to be able to get first blood onto Ice. Shadow picking up the return kill, but quick play there. S4 getting at least something.
Yeah, very clearly worth it for OG. Being able to get that coveted first blood gold is huge, and it'll help them. Unfortunately, S4, he didn't actually get the kill, so he's going to be a little bit slower on his Trinkle Boots, but maybe Earth Spirit, with his first blood, will be able to make some rotations happen. Silencer is a pretty key hero, I think, to try and shut down. He's going to have an advantage against Ana in the Storm Spirit 1v1, so you want to try and offset that a bit. Try and get Ana the early experience advantage by granting him a kill somewhere in. But it is going to be a bit difficult thanks to the fact that Wings have some pretty good wards to see rotations. Their bottom river ward is already seen Earth Spirit rotate over.
Yeah, and Jerax, unfortunately, on his sort of well-known hero, wasn't able to make a ton happen in the mid lane there, but Blink's just going to be going for a quick Shrine, a pause for a second. But early on, I'm already seeing just this great synergy in terms of pressuring the lane. We've seen that OG's reacted to it pretty well. Can S4 stay here alone in lane, though? Is he going to have Jerax around to make sure that he doesn't get so heavily zoned out?
He has some extra levels in... He's level 3 now. He does have some extra tangos that he brought with him, so he should be fine if they leave him alone. But the bigger problem is going to be is that if you leave this Centaur alone, you don't have somebody to be able to stop the pulling that Ice is going to do. And that's the brilliant thing about the way that Wings set up their draft, is that they created very early on the Centaur first pick, and they said, okay, we're going to dress this Centaur. We're going to make it hard for him to lane. We're going to force them to dual lane. And then in return, they also gave their mid a favorable matchup. So now there's like too many threats on the board in the laning phase for OG to be able to deal with them all, right? Jerax he can't win bottom and mid at the same time. So one of these lanes is going to have something that is detrimental happen to OG, right? It's either going to be Ice getting a lot of farm as a support Shadow Shaman and getting the early levels for Serpent Wards and start that snowball early, or they're going to have an underfarmed Ana who is oppressed constantly by this Silencer. So it's one or the other, right? And I think this is just sort of the brilliance of their setup. Abaddon is going to be fine. Like, if Dazzle wants to rotate sometimes in this mid lane, Abaddon is more than happy to be able to deal with a Rubik Terrorblade matchup, because ultimately all he has to do is go to the side chop, pick up a TP scroll, and if they ever initiate on him, they have to lead with telekinesis, follow up with reflection. He just TPs to his offlane shrine, gets the full heal, and comes back to lane. So Innocence can always just rotate into mid whenever he feels like Earth Spirit is going to make an aggressive maneuver. So if Dazzle's going to be countering that part, I think Jarex is going to have to keep his attention more in that bottom lane because the Dazzle will counteract what he's attempting in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. And, we talked again a lot about that control that you're sort of lacking for Wings Gaming. And I'm thinking as the game goes on a little bit further and further, Storm Spirit, it's probably a really good decision that they try to get him a good matchup. They're going to rotate in Dazzle now because let's say that somebody on OG ends up picking up a Lotus or a Blader on. Ana is not going to have to worry this game, I feel like, a whole heck of a lot. He can build into probably a Eul Scepter for himself, I'm assuming, as well, to deal with the global silence. Do you think about even rushing that as a first item so that way you can stay alive throughout it and just wait for the later stage to extend the game longer?
Yes, you absolutely have to deal with the silence first. It's a shame, though, because he gets Eul Scepter and then he's not going to have the exact tools to be able to deal with the Shadow Shaman, because we are, I think, very likely just seeing this laning phase start and seeing how Wings have drafted and how they want to get this game off to a really strong start in the first 15 minutes. They're going to take towers, and you're going to see a pretty early Blink Dagger for that Shadow Shaman. So I think, again, there's another essence of having a dual threat, right? Not just in the laning phase, but now when it comes to items, Ana is going to have to build the Eul Scepter, I think, in order to deal with the global silence and grant himself some way to be able to disjoint any problems that he has when he makes the initiation. But it is also going to leave him susceptible to the quick reactions of the Shadow Shaman. You won't have a Linken's to be able to block that quick, blink in Hex.
Right.
That is going to be oftentimes the more offensive initiation for Wings. So Ana's, it's kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. One way or another, he's getting screwed over this game on this Storm Spirit pick. So I think it's probably Eul's first. Regen's really strong for that item. Maybe he goes the Linken's afterwards as well, but that might be overkill. Maybe at that point. Because you would also, I think, like to be able to have the Orchid in general for this game. I just don't think it's possible to build up. I think you have to go Eul's, Bloodstone, and then maybe you're able to get Orchid there because you want to be able to threaten some of these heroes when you jump in. Because the whole point of the Storm Spirit pickup was to address the backline in team fights, right? So address the Shadow Shaman, address the Dazzle, and then obviously the Silencer was picked up afterwards. But that is still another hero he needs to be threatened. And Orchid is what allows you to be able to deal with multiple threats at times. So say he goes ahead and he jumps in, he Orchids the Silencer, and he grabs the Dazzle and tries to burst him down real quickly, maybe with the help of the Earth Spirit, right? So it's allows you to be able to deal with multiple threats when you're able to jump in and just kind of combo one hero down while disabling another. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do that this game. I feel like Wings have drafted themselves into a really good spot for the first 25 minutes. And there are very few weaknesses that OG can exploit. One of them is going to be split pushing. There is not a ton that Wings are going to be able to do to deal with that. They mostly just have Luna, Manta style, and those illusions are going to come out. The Baden does have some constant presence in lane, so that'll help out a little bit. And then the big one is the Dazzle and how he's able to just burst down waves occasionally. So those are some of the ways they can deal with that. And then the other one is going to be the lack of initiation for Wings until they have that Blink Dagger Shadow Shaman. And even then, it's not really a team fight initiation. That's more of a pick-off initiation. So OG, that's another weakness that they can read, is just know that Wings are going to be very telegraphed in everything that they do for this game. And they just have to pick and choose their team fights very wisely.
Well, still, this pause is going to continue on for the moment. It does look like there was a slight keyboard problem. Hopefully that gets resolved shortly. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this sort of plays out. And I think that it's not showing so much that there's like a huge difference in the style. I think that a lot of people going into this event were expecting there to be a really big difference in style between the Chinese and the Western players. And I think that does exist, but Wings have always sort of been the wild card. And I think that you go back to their TI run when everything was starting to come together for them, it tended to be off the back of like very aggressive, good timings and then fallback measures after the fact. But to me in this game, when I'm looking at it, I really do feel like if OG can get over that hurdle of the first initial, combination that comes out where you've got the Manta style, you've got the pressure come in and the Silencer there to sort of like be the combo breaker in the middle of it, OG are going to be able to like maybe fall back on Anna's capabilities late game. Because if I'm looking at like a 6-slotted Storm Spirit, I don't see how Wings deal with that in any shape or form. Like they are just, I feel like in a lot of ways aren't going to have the heroes unless they're a couple of Raxes up at that point. So to me, it definitely feels, I like the idea that you talk about of, going for the Eul's Scepter and then Bloodstone and then maybe foregoing the Orchid as well, just to try and get you over that hump. Even though they're not going to be able to threaten as much the Silencer. But it's also worth noting that Ana, he hasn't had the worst laning stage so far. Like, he's salving up right now. I believe he has used his Shrine, so that's a little bit of a problem. But he's only 2 CS behind the Silencer in this game, and I don't know. I feel like things are, by and large, going okay for OG at this point. It's the later stages when the abilities come online that are probably going to be the issue, I guess.
Yeah, I think the way we kind of look at the meta right now, when it comes to the first 15 minutes, you have this laning phase, and you try and pressure certain lanes. Sometimes it's the mid. Sometimes you even pressure using your off lane in some sort of. But once you start getting to about, it depends on the team. Sometimes there's some very aggressive teams, like, for example, IG. They've done rotations as early as 6 minutes to rotate their carry out of the safe lane and pressure the enemy safe lane. But anywhere in that 6 to 12 minute marker is where you're going to see the first rotations, the first breaking down of the laning phase, and trying to find the openings, the pickoffs that allow you to be able to pressure towers. So, for example, rotating your carry. In this case, Wings may rotate their Luna out of the safe lane and into the Terrorblade lane the first time they have Eclipse, try and make a play there, see if they can bully down a safe lane tower. But when it comes to OG and these objectives, right, if you think this is the way that Dota's played right now, we want to try and take, usually the safe lane and mid lane tower pretty early. The off lane tower usually comes in a little bit later because it's so easily protected. You want to try and establish that tempo pretty early as Wings. And OG, they have to determine when is a good time to fight and when is a good time to split push. And I'm not sure whether or not they're going to be capable of defending their mid-tier 1 tower, but I do think they need to try and save it at least until like 12, 13, maybe even 15 minutes. If they can keep that mid tower alive until 15 minutes, I would say actually OG has the lead at that point.
Oh, and down here bottom, good combo breaker coming in from Jarek. They're going to try and hoof stomp, see if they can bring down this Ice Shadow Shaman. They are going to be able to, and well, Jarek's trying to juke away. Is he going to be able to make it out, though? They do have the Lucent Beam, and they find the kill. So they get something at least again. There is a little bit of a trade-off here, 2-2 still. And I'm looking like it. I feel like if you're getting away with this with trade-off kills, it's still okay for S4, right?
Yeah. I think that's still fine. S4 is going to be able to pick up his Tranquil Boots pretty soon. He could start making use of the jungle, and I think that is really where Centaur's farm starts speeding up, is first Tranquil Boots and then Hooded Defiance. You just clear through creeps so quickly. So he's fine with the current state of the laning phase, but then again, so is the Abaddon on the other side. Faith Beyond has gotten a lot of farm on this off-lane Abaddon because it really is not a dual lane that threatens him in any way, and he had the Dazzle in lane. So he's going to be, I think, a very big threat, and I'm not sure exactly what his build is going to be for this game because it does seem like Wings are going to be playing it pretty fast, but most of the bans that I've been seeing right now in China go Helmet Dominator into Radiance, or they go Midas into Helmet Dom and Radiance. And I think with his timing right now, and looking at his CS 21 and 5, we could have a very early hand of Midas on our Abaddon. That is going to be almost more powerful than Centaur in his early Hood.
All right, well, we'll see if he's going to be able to get that done. It does look like there's a smoke up here, as Wings are going to make a very early rotation with Blink and Dazzle into the jungle, trying to find Ana, and if they're able to get him right here, he's just barely on the other side. They break the smoke. Oh, man, that would have been a huge pickoff, but it looks like, well, they're diving deeper for this.
Jesus.
Wings wanting to go early, and they find him. Arcane Curse. They're going to dive tier 3? Oh, my God. All right, well, that was a very bold jaunt, and they almost got it.
That was super cool, though. This is like classic Wings, right? Wings have this idea about Dota. When we were going into TI6, we had this idea of Dota of like, we'd make these kind of smoke rotations and take objectives. And what Wings did is they made rotations, and they didn't take objectives necessarily. They would go deep into the jungle to establish early kills that made, in some ways, these threatening areas, right? They would go deep into the jungle and establish dominance there. Or they find a kill somewhere in there. and be able to get aggressive wards and these sort of things that naturally fall out after a smoke gank like that. So that was a classic Wings maneuver there, coupled with the very intelligent they just know that the laning matchup, all Storm Spirits abandon lane by level 5, right?
Yeah.
They always go jungle, try and get their level 6 there because it's too dangerous to stay in lane. So Wings, they had that on-point idea of trying to actually counter it.
Oh man, and Global comes out. Grave just a bit too late. I think if Y ends up revealing himself right there, he probably dies as well.
Yeah, it's probably for the best that he didn't get the Shell Grave off. He's probably like, oh man, I dodged a bullet there.
Radiant
Yeah.
structures.
So, well, they are still scouting this all out, and it looks like some TP rotations are going to start to show up. Shadow Shaman is down here as well. They're in the area. Faithion on top of Jarek. He's going to be able to roll away, but now they've got Shackles on the Terrorblade, trying to bring him down. They don't have a ton of damage here, though, and, well, there's just the Stampede away. There's no way to do it. They are going to be able to hold on to their tower, but no kills on the return.
I like that play. Wings, your offlane tower, we kind of made a short mention of this. You're going to see the safe lane tower and the mid tower are usually the two towers that fall first. The offlane tower is really hard to take just because it's a tower that's so well defended thanks to the early shrine. And then you also want to control this area because your offlane tower helps protect these offlane camps as well as your ancients. So a lot of teams put a little bit more priority in protecting the offlane towers than they used to. And what you want to do with heroes like Luna and Terrorblade is you want to threaten that offlane tower as early as possible, see if you can get the quick early objective win before the rotations actually come in. But Wings were well prepared. They knew, hey, a Terrorblade lane is going to push in pretty naturally real quickly. They had the TP rotation from their supports and shut that down.
All right, well, here comes the counterplay now. They're on to Ice and trying to bring him down, immediately breaking the Shackles. Ice is going to fall, and Shadow pops the Eclipse, trying to turn and take this one, but they're all dropping so low. The Grave comes out as well. This is going to end up being a dead Luna here, most likely. Not going to get quite a return kill. Oh, he's so low. 5 HP, but they can't bring down Fly. Oh, man, that really hurts.
That was so smart by S4. I love that play. He knew exactly what was going to happen. He knows Eclipse is going to be coming, so he tries to position himself where he can just fog the Luna. And he puts himself in that little copse of trees and tries to hide in there while the Eclipse is going out. Preemptively saw that play and was able to play around it really nicely. The Eclipse was basically wasted. 2 beams went on a creep, and the other 2 went on the higher HP support heroes. So completely wasted ultimate there. A huge win for OG. Those are kind of aggressive maneuvers that they need to make sure that Wings don't set up this tempo of gank into push that is inevitably going to happen. The OG needs to strike first in the laning phase with this Earth Spirit. They need to make sure that they're able to establish that, because as we talked about in the draft, right, it's that Shadow Shaman and even Dazzle, they are not the best rotational heroes. They can't create those kind of threats that Earth Spirit can. So they need to make the most of this Earth Spirit while they can.
Well, it's really interesting to me, too, because we've been talking a lot about the early timings, and we haven't hit that point as of yet where you have everything online for Wings where they want to push down those towers. But you do also have things like the Silencers going back for a Midas. Has it coming to him on the Courier right now? And I'm wondering, you know, I guess that this is a little bit of that late game insurance that they're going to want out of it, but considering that there was that timing that we've been talking about over and over again as this ward gets placed down, we'll scout out the Midas on Silencer. If possibly they're going to be delaying their timing slightly?
No, I think this is what the Chinese are doing right now. A lot of Hand of Midases, and I do think Silencer is one of the better to take advantage of that. Just because, mid, it looks like Ice might be dove.
Well, they're going to turn it. Shackles now onto the Earth Spirit. They're going to lift up the creep to try and break the Shackles. That was a little bit interesting, but ended up working.
That was a very nice cognitive play there to have that idea. Using telekinesis, fortunately though, wasn't really needed. And I do like, normally it's the carry that usually rotates out, starts jungling, and leaves the support the safe lane, but it looks like they're trying to make more use of the Silencer. You know, they had the early rotation in jungle, then he just went top, and they're trying to give the mid lane more to Ice to allow him to pick up his levels and get those mass serpent wards coming. So I like this idea by them. Wings are trying to make sure that their supports do get the proper levels so they can hit that 12-13 minute mark pretty hard. They'll also have Eclipse up right now, so if they can just get this level 6 finish up on Ice, they can make a play for an objective. I'm just not sure where they want to go. just because I do put a lot of priority in taking that mid lane tower and trying to shake things up, but it does look like OG is taking the first step here and putting the pressure into bottom lane. It's going to force rotations most likely out of Wings.
Yeah, and they scan, realize that Shadow is still back behind the tower, maybe looking for a double back here, or possibly even just waiting for the next round of creeps, not feeling confident in it. But there is going to be a defense of this, as Wings are all moving into the area. Global is still down, but it looks like they don't want to give up their tier 1 tower. They already lost the off-lane tower, Wings, to the Terrorblade moving in and just being able to bring that down. Now Anna's farming here as well.
Faith Beyond did not go for the Hand of Midas. He actually went for the early Helmet Dominator. I think Helmet Dom is one of the great ways for you to be able to push out these lanes without having a presence. So I'm a big fan of Helmet Dominator on almost every single carry and some offlaners right now. So I like this pickup. It does mean that there will be a constant presence in that top lane, whether Abaddon's there or not. I'm surprised that he's not rotating to bottom yet, because it does seem like OG had been willing to fight for objectives so far.
Oh my god.
And he should expect that OG are going to try and fight again in this bottom lane.
All right, well, Global is back up and kind of staring off against each other. Everybody has full information as to what's happening right now, so nothing is going to come as a surprise for these guys, as it does look like they still want to contest and hold on to this tower. Shadow, I mean, he's got this creep here that's tanking the tower for him, and they're going to be able to take it down. Looks like OG not able to force the issue too much further. Team picked up right there for the Rubik. He has his level 6 online. Level 6 just revealed as well for the Shadow Shaman with those wards dropping down. And now OG reaction. They're going to go for a different tower instead. This is a really smart move. I like this.
Yeah, they got to just force Wings to move around as much as possible, not let them set the pace of this game. But, oh, Wings almost get caught there. Ice barely lives through that one.
Oh, they're going to be able to take it. That was a kill onto the Terrorblade. They are not going to quite end up losing. Shadow Shaman here is the Magnetize wasn't enough to find a kill. And now with no Terrorblade and also no Magnetize, I don't know if they're going to be able to hold on to this tower. It looks like they're going to end up losing the tier 1 now here in the mid lane as well.
And it's just not capable of fighting right now. He's trying to build up the Bloodstone, but he's a level 12 Storm Spirit. He can't really fight. The Centaur doesn't have his Blink Dagger yet. He's so close to it, so they just have to give up this mid-tier 1 tower. It's unfortunate, but you did know it was going to go down probably by 15 minutes, so I don't think OG is going to be too sad about it. They made the right idea, right? It's just to make these rotations, force Wings to constantly rotate around to deal with these threats, you know, because they really don't want to lose any early objectives against this OG lineup and give the Storm Spirit that faster progression item. So they want to be able to defend, and it kind of slows down their offense when you make those kind of rotations. But he just kind of got caught in the Terrorblade. They just weren't quite fast enough in their play.
Yeah, now looking at this situation, you've got Ice who's moving up to the top lane. So they basically are able to get that mid 1 tower for the cost of a Silencer ulti, and you have Shadow Shaman wards again if they want to try and pressure the last tier 1 remaining for OG. And I like the reaction that we saw from OG with them split pushing around the map. You've got the Centaur is actually going for a Blink Dagger. We'll have it in 5 gold. God, that would have been the perfect moment. Oh,
God.
That
Everybody
hurts.
knows that feeling where you're just like waiting for tick gold and your opportunity just slides away while you're waiting for that. Because he was just like, you could tell he's making the call. He's like, guys, I'm selling my, he had, damn it, what's it called? The infused raindrop.
Oh, okay.
He sold out the like 2-charge infused raindrop. He's like, guys, I'm picking up this Blink Dagger. Let's make a play on this Luna. I just need 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds is all I need. And it just slips away. The Luna, I mean, every carry's going to do that. Every carry knows not to push themselves out too far. And so naturally just takes that one wave and that's
Radiant's
a piece.
bottom tower is under attack.
Breaks S4's heart. Poor S4. In the meantime, they are going to be able to pressure the bottom tier 1 tower. Should be able to take it off the map at this point, but they've lost all their tier 1s. The push timing of Wings is probably at this point the strongest relative to what OG is capable of doing defending it, but it still has more room to grow as well when the Aegis comes up and online and those types of things. In your eyes, Wings now, do you just look for a pickoff strictly and then go into Roche, or do you start thinking about trying to run down another tower possibly with global silence?
I mean, they should really be looking to try and fetch this Storm Spirit, which they may actually do here. No. It's just going to be they want to catch the Storm Spirit. I don't think it's really going to be possible.
Oh, but with the Blink Dagger review, this could be a huge moment. They spot out Faithion and looking for a bit more here. They're going to stampede forward, trying to take down the Silencer. They're on top of him. There's the double edge. Should be able to bring down and find that kill. But will they get any more? Ice TPing out. It's still a pretty high-value target, though.
Yeah, definitely. This Silencer who picked up the Hand of Midas, it also slows down his Rod of Atos, which is going to be one of the ways he's looking to be able to counter the Storm Spirit. You know, have that ensnared lockdown against the Storm is really powerful. But I have to say, I think OG No-Tail, No-Tail for the longest time was kind of abused by a lot of talent commentators and stuff, as you know, not being quite up to scuff when OG first started. Like, he just didn't seem like he was the true character. But I have to say, this guy has improved so much, and right now I think in his movement around this map is actually winning the game for OG. He's creating so much space for Anna to be able to work around. Anna's top of the net where hasn't actually had to deal with hardly any threats at all. And that's because No-Tail and in some ways Jarex and S4, they're establishing this really high mobility tempo where they're just constantly moving around the map and making it so that Terrorblade is always threatening a tower somewhere, forcing Wings to play more reactively rather than allowing Wings to be able to set up this 5-man snowball that pushes into you, that starts taking all the map control away. OG are fighting tooth and nail for every bit of map control they possibly can because they know how important it is for Storm Spirit to have a strong start. Now he's got the Bloodstone. Now they can actually think about maybe going for some sort of smoke play and seeing if they can actually start building up those Bloodstone charges.
Yeah, really good stuff there. And I mean, it's also worth repeating that they've been able to make that space also without the Blink Dagger yet on Centaur. The fact that they've made that much movement around the map. They will be losing Roshan right now, as it looks like Wings will be able to secure this. Don't know if OG were realizing that this was happening, just thought that they couldn't contest, or if the smoke actually was able to throw them off. But in either case, now OG have to deal with Shadow, with an Aegis. In your eyes, how does this next fight break out? Do you just keep the split pushing game going with Ana, trying to sort of keep them from barreling down a lane, or do they actually try and take the fight into them in any fashion?
I don't think you should take the fight into Wings at this point. Split pushing is probably the best way to slow them down because it's not necessarily about what you could gain, but what you're risking by forcing a fight like that. If you actually lose against that Aegis fight and you lose against a Shadow Shaman Luna, your tier 3s are going to be threatened real quickly. You cannot afford to give up your outer shrines. Like, you cannot give up your tier 2 towers because these shrines are all important for a Storm Spirit to be able to play out this game. Storm Spirit received a lot of nerfs, but one of the big buffs that he got in 7.0 is these outer shrines. They're so good for highly mobile carries like Storm and Tinker. So I think it's a little bit too risky for them to try and take, if Wings ever establish themselves as, all right, we're 5-manning down mid, I think OG just need to go for the split push. And they're doing so very well, right? If you look at it, like S4 just blinked out to top lane, it's going to burst down this wave, just like Ana is cleaning up the bottom wave. They're forcing Wings to actually set up, you know, 2 heroes in every single lane and not letting them go for that 5-man. Wings, they're kind of scrambling around trying to get enough map control that they can go for a 5-man push without losing their tier 2s. And that's what they're doing right now. They feel just comfortable with where the lane equilibrium is on the side lanes that they can go for a 5-man push in mid, get that tier 2 without losing the objective.
Yeah, and the Shadow Wards, like you were talking about, you've got the pressure that's coming in as well from the Lunars, the right clicks there, but it is still going to be a problem. You look at this, Ana, he's very aggressive at pushing the lanes out. He's going to probably be able to secure that tier 2, and No-Tail threatening with Metamorphosis in the top lane as well. And actually, I mean, they just brought down the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. No-Tail might end up dying here if he doesn't get out quickly. They're scanning out to see if the shrine was there, but it's not, and they're going to be able to get away with this one. So tier 2 brought down in the top lane, bottom lane almost completely gone. Ana gets out. That was a great hold right there for OG by and large.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of that is a little bit of, I'm not going to say vision problems because they do have their wards, I think, in the right place. But one of the things is that they knew, they're kind of like, OG was trying to take a next level step in setting up a trap at top lane to catch, you know, the slow TPs in, right? You want to be able to push down mid and then TP back to tier 2. So OG were making the next level play of trying to set up a trap on one of those tier 2s, but then Wings also made that read. And they're like,
Radiant's middle
we
tower
can't TP
is
back
under
to our
attack.
tier 2s to defend them because we're actually just going to get picked off. We're going to be funneling in heroes one by one. So we can't afford to do that. So they just had to give up, basically, almost 2 tier 2 towers because of that trap set up by OG. So even if the trap didn't successfully work and spring and catch a hero or anything like that, it still functionally established a very strong win for OG in being able to take the top lane objective, and hopefully they'll be able to take this bottom lane objective sometime soon. But you can see Wings, they know Ana really wants this one, and they had the Blink Dagger too.
They're already on top of him. They're going to be able to get long-range shackles coming in. S4 trying to break it, but Ana ends up falling, and they do take down the Shadow Shaman, but it is a heavy price indeed as the Storm Spirit died for that one, and oh, it feels bad.
Oh yeah, I mean, we just talk about how Wings read a trap set by OG, but this time around, OG, it was Ana who didn't read the trap that was set up by Wings. They were just baiting out that big tier 2 bounty and just, you know, waiting for Ana to inevitably push that out. They catch him, and when he doesn't have Linken's and he doesn't have Eul Scepter, he is incredibly susceptible to this Silencer core. So he's got to be, I think, a little bit more defensive. His allies have done a great job of giving him space. He cannot afford to throw it away by stumbling into traps like that.
Yeah, well, and you see, again, the other big pickup here is that Rod of Atos for Silencer in the early stages also has a Blink Dagger of his own to get up close and personal.
Nice.
This is so much aggression on top of the Storm Spirit, and I mean, I feel like they're itemizing perfectly to deal with it. There is another movement here towards the mid lane. It's looking like they want to try and pressure potentially for high ground. Is that what they're looking for? Just trying to catch somebody here?
No, absolutely. You can, again, the tier 3 towers, it's like two ways to win right now. Yeah, it's like defend your mid tier 1 tower and keep that outer map control as much as possible, or defend to death your tier 3 tower. You cannot afford to give up both early. So Wings want to be able to establish this quick push, boom, pop out with a smoke, drop the wards, force OG to scramble and TP in and not really be set up, and all of a sudden your tier 3 tower may actually die in this push.
Oh my god, they're pressuring so heavily, and you see that they're up here on the high ground. Ana trying to take down the tier 3, but they have to kind of respond to this at a certain point. The wards are still there. They're not going to be in a position to threaten the barracks, thankfully, but maybe it's enough to stampede forward. Jarek's trying to find and kill off the Luna, even stealing the bounty rune away from Shadow. How petty, but this is going to end up working. Force staff forward, trying to bring him low. They are going to get the Grave off. The Shackles now to turn. They were managing to get the Eclipse off as well, and Fly is almost going to die, but not quite. They bring down 2 from Wings, and maybe going to be able to get a little bit more on top of it. They're going to find that Abaddon, take him down. Ana building back up the Bloodstone charges, and thankfully, Y at the very least will be able to escape. But that's OG getting something in return, at least for their tier 3 going down.
Oh yeah, OG got absolutely everything that they wanted out of that. They may have lost their tier 3 tower, but honestly, it's a big push squad from Wings. You're going to give up some of these early objectives, but they have to make sure they get something in return. They've done that beautifully in split pushing, and now this time around, they did it in catching Wings as they retreated. And honestly, it was a pretty amateur mistake that Shadow made. He was the one who separated as a carry away from his supports. If they had just all funneled backward in the same direction, right back down the lane, they would have been good. They would have been in a much better position that if Jarek stuck his neck out like he did to try and slow down somebody, they could have turned, quickly killed them, and they would have been good to actually go back down middle lane. But Shadow separated himself way too much from his allies. OG saw that opportunity. They took it for everything that it was worth, getting themselves a strong team fight, and now they're aggressively pushing out to take map control, because what they don't want to let Wings do is group up again and take those outer shrines. They cannot afford, the weakness is there now, they just have to guard those weaknesses as much as possible, prevent those shrines from going down, because that's not just your outer map control, but that's also some of your Roshan control.
Oh god, and Jarek's maybe in some trouble here himself. Oh, nice hoof stomp as well from Faith Beyond. These Helm of the Dominator creeps, they're pretty good still, I think.
Oh yeah, and Faith Beyond is making really good use of them. He didn't actually go for the Radiance, which I think is fine. You're playing a much faster game this time around than most of the other offlane Abaddons that I've seen that have gone Radiance. So instead, he went for the Solar Crest, which gives them better high ground pushing power with the Luna, and then he's going to be going for the Aghanim Scepter next, which gives them much better sustain in team fights. But I love that Wings, they're just
going back
lost
in.
a team fight, but they're going back in.
Fly stole wards, though. He's turning it against them, so wards hitting wards. The hook stomp onto 3. Can they take any more of this? Storm Spirit jumps in. He's on top of Ice, but the global comes out. No answer for it as of yet. They're still going to try and right-click him down through this, though. And now Shadow onto Jerax. He gets the stun off onto 3 before he falls. They're taking down Silencer as well. That's going to be 3 dead from Wings and looking to try and take a couple more off the back of it. No tail with the double. Now onto Faith Beyond. He does not have his ulti up. Being pulled back in a second, brought back down. Great display from OG, all started with that ward steal.
Yep, this is twice now that OG have done exactly the right thing to be able to deal with a 5-man push. They have rotated 4 heroes back, left the Storm Spirit split pushing, and then when the time was right, they pull in the Storm Spirit for the team fight and they make the go. Again, Wings, I think they're so under pressure after losing that last team fight where Shadow got picked off and it all went bad from there, that they felt like they needed a 5-man down mid. And I think I agree with them. I think conceptually, you are on such a timer that you didn't need to make an aggressive play like that and just go again, right? You have wards, you have Eclipse, just go again and try and make that happen and take that lane of Rags, but they messed up in the small things. They messed up in the small technical details that win or lose you team fights. Their spacing wasn't really good, right? They had, first of all, they gave away wards. Okay, that can be forgiven, but it was the hoof stomp. They came in from S4. When he saw an opportunity to hit 3 heroes, that was what won them the team fight, because then Abaddon had to, because multiple heroes were hit, he had to pop his borrowed time in order to get an aphotic shield off on the Luna, you know, wake her up from the stun, because you can't afford to just let 3 heroes sit there for 3 seconds. So he had to try and counteract that, and then they were on the back foot from there, right? Once you make that kind of play, once you commit your ultimate and pop the aphotic shield to stop a disable like that, you're on the back foot. And now they're going to lose energy.
Yeah, this is from bad to worse. They found the Luna as well. Need to try and bring her down, but it looks like maybe a bit too far forward. No tail trying to get up close and personal. They actually turn the wards down again. Hex, there's the Stampede. This is an Aghanim Scepter Stampede. Just finished off. The Shrine is going to be no salvation for you, Luna. Dead again and dive into tier 4s at this point almost. They're going to be able to push down and probably secure themselves. I mean, do they even need to stick around for tier 3s? I don't think so.
They really don't, right?
It's Roche.
It's not worth the risk. I mean, I think in some ways it was worth the risk to go ahead and just try and take that tier 3 and open up the shrines, but they also have an opportunity to take Roshan here for free. Absolutely no contest is going to come from Wings when you do it, when you make that rotation this quickly. So I think they're just playing it very conservatively right now, respecting what Wings could possibly do if they give them a window, right? If they didn't back up immediately and they finish off the tier 3 tower, there would have been a contest on Roshan. In fact, it looks like OG's not comfortable doing it right now because Luna's up in 5 seconds. So maybe the respect given actually kind of stumbles them at a bad point where they just couldn't take Roshan fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's the whole nothing ventured, nothing gained, but I guess also nothing ventured, nothing lost, where you don't want to give this tempo away. They've been able to build up some momentum into their favor, and I mean, you look at it again, you've got Ana who's down here in the top lane, pressuring it constantly. Wings do not feel like a team that should be hitting their stride and taking the towers right now. OG have done a great job of disrupting this push, and how do you feel like Wings need to try and take back the momentum into their favor? What's their play now?
It's going to be a slow game now for them. I think they've lost their opportunity to be able to take, I mean, unless they can get Aegis into their hands. If they can get a good team fight around Aegis, around Roshan, they get that Aegis, then they can speed up the game again and try and go for high ground, but I don't anticipate that happening, or at least if it does, I don't anticipate a really strong win condition being available to them. But I don't know, looks like they're going to try for it here, see if OG will contest, how strong that contest is going to be.
Well, this is, again, wards drop down. Shadow Shaman is in a position to try and do something, but, well, they're already in on top of him. Faceon, they're coming to contest Roshan. They're actually going to be able to steal it away from him. It looks like it still hasn't dropped. Shadow very low. He's going to end up falling here in just a second. They're able to pick it up. Shadow got the Aegis, but Ana still out of there for the moment. No Tail trying to turn and get on top of everybody. The silence turned against them at this point. Rubik trying to get it. How did that happen? What? And now Abaddon also is going to end up falling. 3 are dead for Wings. And it looks like Shadow is going to fall as well. No Tail able to survive. Oh my god. Jerax is going to end up dying here, possibly going to be able to make it happen. They do take down 3, but that was a whole hell of a bunch of weird plays.
I mean, look how close that team fight was. It could have been. Like, there was too much that happened for me to say with, you know, utter certainty that that silent steal
Yeah.
by our Rubik won them that team fight, but that team fight was so close that I have to think that it had a serious impact and just made it so Wings were not able to clean up that end, because it was so important for them to be able to get the Aegis on Shadow to keep Damage Dealer alive. Because at this point, Silencer's not far enough ahead. Are we going to lose why?
Yeah, I think
so.
we are. Ana doesn't care. He's out of there.
Oh, I mean, he's got 24 Bloodstone
He's
charges.
over it.
He's so huge. Ah, man. Because if Wings could have won that, then boom, they can take control of the game again. Even if they don't have the Aegis, they can take some map control off of winning that team fight. They can take maybe some Gather 2s, they could take their Shrines, and then they could just try and choke OG out for a while and try and establish a really good gold lead before going high ground again. But they don't have the map control because they lost that fight. Now OG is going to be freely split pushing them all the time, and Anna's going to get pickoffs like he just did on the Dazzle. So now it's plan B, and it's not a good plan.
Right.
It's a bad plan, but it's the only plan you have, which is, okay, we got to play it a little bit slower now as Wings. They have to let OG make the mistake. I don't think there's any opportunities for them to be able to the 5-man down mid like this push lineup wants to. I think they're just going to be split pushed and even out team fought too hard. So it's not what you wanted to accomplish with this lineup, and it's very low chance of winning, but it's the situation that you're in.
And you can see there as well from that pickoff, like Dazzle trying to get towards a Glimmer Cape. It's going to be unlikely to be there very soon. We're seeing that, the original plan of the Shadow Shaman to be going for the Aghanim Scepter has now been held back. He's going into a Ghost Scepter and then afterwards a Force Staff. It's just not the way that they wanted to play the game, and it's been, in my eyes, just OG playing so much better as well. They were boot camping here, obviously, in China before the event. I think that they're probably feeling quite good about the way that ended up going after this first game, at least for themselves. Nothing is over as of yet, clearly, but with a butterfly on No Tail, Manta style done, Scotty as well, they're looking like they want to be the ones that are aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. They could just kind of sit behind No Tail, let him do his thing. Anna has the items necessary for him to be able to solo split push with impunity. So I think, the OG, they've got a pretty straightforward game ahead of them. Control the map, farm up.
Well, gonna have to watch and see how the Wings Gaming deal with this. They are smoked right now in ice.
Whoa.
What? Okay, I mean, this reveals, I'm sure, that a lot of heroes in the area, but not sure if they're gonna be able to make anything of it. They're able to wards trap for the moment, global silence down as well, but they're not gonna be able to contain Ana, and now Wings in a... On top, Dazzle able to bring him low. There is an Eclipse. He ends up using the Grave on himself to save his own life, but it still might be enough here in the end. They're controlling and able to run down and kill off the Silencer. He is going to fall. Another one next. Magnetize the BKB pop. It's not going to do a damn thing. 5 are dead. 9-27. OG dominant in this one.
This is why OG, I said it was like going into Boston Major or something like that. OG is the best of it. And you can see why, right? They dealt with this threat. It's just kind of like perfect. The way they split push, the way they fought the match quickly, they let Wings come into them, make the mistakes, and they capitalized. And then they just, from there, once they were able to stop that initial threat,
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lena.
OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Visage.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Shaker.
OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining.
Alchemist.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Gyrocopter!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Number 2, Group A action, of course. OG versus Wings, and the
Prepare for
TPs are
battle.
going to head out across the map. It does look like Fly is going to be here, at least for the moment. But again, he could end up hitting deck towards the bottom. So it is going to be him playing that, and instead it's going to be Jerax on the Rubik. If they do decide to dual lane with a Rubik Centaur, is that something that would work quite well? Is it? It feels a little bit sketchy to me.
Maybe the I don't know. Don't think Visage deals with the Baton any better than Rubik, because you now don't have a disable at all, but also Grave Chill is removed by Aphotic Shield. So I really thought that Visage would have been the aggro lane hero, but I must not know something
It still
about
could
this.
change. Yeah. We'll keep our eyes on it.
That's kind of interesting.
But in the meantime, we do also have, of course, the Ana playing this Alchemist, goes out with a ton of regen. Have we seen, I remember that last game we saw the Poor Man's Shield changes where Terrorblade went out with the double slippers. This time he's starting with the completed one.
Sorry, just real quickly, I realized it's kind of obvious, right? It's because you're a Shadow Shaman, right? You have to have a disable, right?
Of course, you're on it. You know what's up.
So I was just like, it doesn't really make too much sense, but if you don't have something to remove shackles, Shadow Shaman is a very strong laning phase hero. So, but you were talking about the PMS for Centaur Warrunner.
Yeah, it was interesting because you've got one on the Centaur there that he's not going to be able to finish it. He's just got the Poor Man's Shield or the Stout Shield instead,
right.
Since the side chop isn't working that way anymore. So I'm kind of I think that's something else to keep on our minds is the way that those changes are going to affect the early starting builds too.
I think it's because the reason he did this is because he's facing a lot more magic damage from Rocket Barrage. So he feels like he needs the extra regen to have a constant presence in lane, rather than using the efficiency of the Poor Man's Shield against the right clicks of the Luna.
Oh man, and why gonna potentially be first blood here? S4 on top of him, gonna be going for the right clicks, and there is no way out of that one. Jerax is actually gonna be the one to draw first blood, already with boots. He's gonna be a rich Rubik.
Yeah, we said very early on that they can easily aggro tri-lane. There isn't much point to their supports against an Abaddon, so Y really needs to keep this in mind. He both times now has operated as a Shadow Shaman, just going, oh, it's a solo Centaur, I'm going to be super aggro, but it's simply not the case. They're going to back up this Centaur because they have every reason not to be in the safe lane.
The other thing to mention, we have Ice doing the pulls. This is something I was going to talk about. Earthshaker in the off lane can pull this pretty consistently. You missed the last hit there. I'm sure it's fine. But it's still good because it means you're getting more efficiency out of the jungle than you otherwise would be able to.
I am still not fully convinced that this pull makes Earthshaker wholly viable because in some ways it's like, okay, I don't think you're negating that much farm of the Terrorblade. He's going to make use of the jungle a little bit later on. And also the offlaner isn't like, it's not like Abaddon's like, oh, thank God for that pull. I wouldn't have been able to lane otherwise, right? Like,
yeah.
He would have been fine. So I'm not fully convinced about this, but we'll see where Ice goes with it and how much farm he's able to obtain in 10 minutes of jungling and roaming around. If he can get Blink Dagger by 15, then it was well worth the effort. But other supports could have had more impact, say, in the mid lane. They could have had more impact in really aggressively opposing a solo Terrorblade at top. So, not fully convinced, but we'll see.
All right, sounds good. They did spot out that he made this movement down towards the bottom lane with the ward here. They expected the ward was placed over in this side. Wings did, and they were not able to get that D ward. But nonetheless, they can still at least not be under too much fire in this lane anymore. And you can see that already the rest of OG's supports, they're going to head off across the map and try and get some more stuff done elsewhere, although they won't be able to get the rune as it did look like it was already taken away. So top lane, still more aggression mounted against Fly by Faith Beyond. How do you see the next couple of minutes playing out in terms of map movements by the supports?
I think OG did the right thing with their supports, putting pressure early on against the Shadow Shaman lane. What they've done now is brought a sentry for Fly into the safe lane and open up that hard camp pull. So if the Earthshaker does go back to his shenanigans of Fissure pulling, they can have an answer to it in a hard camp pull. They need ways for Visage to be able to obtain one. This is not a sit-in tri-lane.
And S4, nice block off there. They got the shackles to boot, and that should be S4 most likely going down. Right clicks, yeah, it's coming through. They got him. But now going to pull Gyrocop to the other side. Shadow getting a little bit of harassment from Jerax for his trouble.
I was about to say, like, if they had planned out the Gyrocopter as fifth pick, it does give a lot more relevance to the Earthshaker. Gyrocopter, more than most laning phase carries, takes big advantage of Fissure blocks. Right, there are other carries who, like, you get the Fissure block and you feel all excited and good about yourself, but it doesn't actually do anything because the carry's not capable of doing much. But Gyro is one of the better heroes. High amount of damage from Rocket Barrage and low cooldown.
Really good stuff there. And I mean, you don't want to ban a Gyrocopter ever. I don't think that just feels bad. But even if it has pick, it would be fine. Ice thinking about a block off there. Now there, go for it.
You say that now. But that I legitimately think Aghanim's Gyrocopter is going to become a big thing.
Okay.
I think it is quite viable. I've seen it in so many of my pubs that it's kind of won me over. You know, it's just like I've been beaten into submission by countless pub gyrocopters that I'm finally like, fine, it's a thing.
Yeah, that's I can well imagine. We've seen. I mean, it is basically like a double damage rune. You get so much extra farming capabilities out of it. But we can talk a little bit more about the way this laning stage has worked out. One thing to keep in mind, Abaddon is topping the CS right now, 24-3 over the 15-5 of No Tail, 16 now. But it has been a rough go for this guy.
Yeah, he's lost some of his CS from Fisher pulling. He's got Faith Beyond with phase boots always up in his face. But ultimately, he will still get the farm he needs eventually, right? It's not like all of a sudden a Terrorblade doesn't have a game because he 10 CS short, you know? So yeah. I think this is a nice threat. You know, it's good for Faith Beyond, but what are you going to do with that farm? That's what I'm concerned about. Last game, he had the extra farm and he couldn't win the game for them. Not nearly in that 15 minutes they needed to.
Back mid, they're going to try and bring down Blink here. He's dropping somewhat low. Soul Assumption is going to be able to find that kill in the end. So a nice pickup for Fly. They had a ward in the area as well, and we could see that Blink was just trying to play it as close to the belt as they could as we ended up getting a kill down bottom as well. Another Shackles combo, and Shadow picks one up for himself. Actually, is why they got the final touch.
Nice. It's always going to be questionable for S4 if he doesn't have a support behind him showing up in lane, just because he's so easily run down by Shackles and Rocket Barrage. Yeah, I think good rotation by OG. Just like last time, they need to be the ones to kind of set the tempo in this laning phase because they can't let Wings just naturally get to that 12-minute mark where they're going to be quite formidable and let them execute their game plan. They have to play super active with their safe laner, their off laner, and their two supports. So wise rotation by them into the mid lane, a great kill on Lina, and also buys Alchemist the space to go back to his jungle, and he doesn't have to worry about like a smoke rotation at this point.
Yeah, no, definitely. Also worth noting that we did have the bounty rune continue to be stolen. Ice has been doing a good job of making sure that Ana hasn't had free reign of those around the map. It was Earthshaker that now picks up his Arcanes on top of it at about the 6.5-minute mark. So he's farming pretty well at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. All those bounty runes are really racking it up. I think Faith Beyond, he's got to go another Helmet Dominator this game, just because S4.
They have a wraparound that's coming in from the other side as well. They might be able to bring down Y or possibly go for the juicier target in Shadow, who's about to be lifted now, pulled back into the hoof stomp, trying to get it. They go for the double edge, Soul Assumption to finish, and now Y needs to get out of here. The fissure block to save the day from him at least, but still losing your gyrocopter there hurts a lot.
It certainly does. I want to see Faith Beyond. I know he's really enjoying this off-lane farm, but I do want to see this Abaddon try and get a little bit more hyperactive and be a little bit more preemptive in joining his carries and such for these potential teams. I know that was a smoke rotation and kind of caught him off guard, but I think in the future they should try and use this Abaddon to group up a little bit more. OG is really taking advantage of Wings when they're split up like this. You know, it just seems like they have a knack for being able to find these openings in the laning phase, and they're punishing Wings really hard for it. The static laning phase is still going fine for Wings. You know, naturally they have a CS advantage in almost every single lane just because of the matchups, but if they lose Shadow again here...
Oh, they're trying to get it. They're just out of range, though. They were pinging that the Shrine was over there, and it looks like mid they're going to be going on to Ana. He'll be able to bring him down, so missing a kill on the gyrocopter in the bottom and killing off the Alchemist. A nice series of events there for Wings.
Yeah, Shadow almost had the wrong positioning there, but he was trying to both like kind of put himself there in lane and show that he wasn't too scared while letting his allies make that rotation in mid, because if you just abandon your safe lane, it does make the smoke rotation either top or middle a lot more obvious. So it's kind of like this, it's this, you know, what is it, when you stand on the line, tightrope, right?
Oh, okay.
It's this kind of tightrope. It's this balance act where you have to have presence in lane, but not be too far forward to get caught.
I got you there. Well, it looks like No Tail, whoa, gets the Sunder, turns it on his Shadow. They want to bring him low. Stampede, the right clicks, he is going to end up falling. Earthshaker not quite able to get there. Oh man, they wanted it so bad.
There are so many Terrorblades who don't get Sunder at level 6 that I legitimately think Shadow was just like, he doesn't have Sunder, let's just go. Because I've seen they skip Sunder so much at level 6, but that's the thing. OG's Terrorblade, No Tail's Terrorblade is a little bit different. And I'm not at all surprised he gets level 6 and he picks up Sunder, or at least saves the skill point until he needs it, because he's very active with this hero, much more active than most other carries would be. So he's going to have better value out of that ultimate than others will.
All right, well, and clearly right there, it makes it work. So brilliant display from No Tail, ends up ranking him up a kill. And now, if you look at the sort of net worth advantage, it's still very static. Wings maybe a little bit ahead in terms of experience. But I feel like, again, it's all to the benefit of OG because you've still got Ana who's farming. And granted, he did end up dying there, but you can see this net worth very heavily ahead, as to be expected.
Yeah, certainly. It's a question of whether or not OG is going to be able to create the kind of space they did in that 10 to 15 minute marker like they did last time. I'm going to be keeping pretty good eyes on No Tail and how he sort of rotates. Wings are already trying to chip away at that on-lane tower as much as possible, but they're staying very static, and I'm kind of surprised by that because I thought Wings would be a lot more active in the past. But, you know, Lina hasn't moved around at all. Faith Beyond has refused to ever TP to any threats that happen in mid or safe lane. You know, he is the great turnaround hero. Right?
Yeah,
you get
totally.
that Aphotic Shield out, and it turns the whole entire game, but he hasn't even attempted any of it.
Oh, man. Well, and now you can see, going to get ran down here. He does have a TP. He's going to use it now, so should be able to escape from that. But Jarek stole Aphotic Shield, so talk about a great steal. This is a pretty great game for Rubik.
Yeah, and they put that borrow time on cooldown. They may try and abuse that by aggressively pushing into this tower, knowing that Abaddon can't really put himself too far forward for another 35 seconds. But Eyesight is already on the case. He knows this push is going to be coming.
Faith Beyond might end up actually going down, almost lock him off. Oh, no, he's caught out there, but not going to be enough. The TP rotations, they aren't going to be able to get him Stampede away, and that was so many heroes rotating to this top lane. They've got to get something out of this.
Yeah,
were those wards dropped bottom too?
Was it?
Shadow Shaman has him on cooldown, so
yeah, I guess so.
And they weren't able to get the tower. Oh man,
that is rough. Wings not like failing to connect with that rotation is so bad. Like they can't afford to miss out on these kills with heroes like Lina. Like these are heroes that only scale to like past 25 minutes. They only scale past 25 minutes by being able to take kills. So they already failed one rotation. They do get that safe lane tower, but they're going to lose their safe lane tower. And they're losing a lot of map control as well. OG has the Visage Familiars up, which are going to be an active threat for a lot of these heroes. They're going to be very easily threatened by this heavy physical damage. Even a core like Lina can be bursted down pretty quickly. So it's a tough spot that Wings is in. OG is looking fantastic.
Yeah, really great display, definitely. And again, we're getting closer to the Blink Dagger for Earthshaker, but it's looking like it's still going to be a fairly late timing on it. And, well, there's a stun going forward, trying to bring him down. They are going to be able to kill off S4. Shadow barely able to walk away from that one, but he will walk away. They don't get the tower, but still Centaur, great pickup.
Yeah, they thought the Aphotic Shield on Jarex was going to be enough to kind of bait out that Centaur, but if they had gotten Shadow, obviously it would have been well worth it, but thanks to Shrines, bringing a hero down to low HP really doesn't have the same kind of impact that it used to, and it means that Wings can still be aggressive if they wanted to. They're not going to go back to mid. It looks like they gave Gyro some time up at top lane. I think he's going to be going the S and Y. I've heard about a lot of different builds on the carry gyrocopter. Yeah. There's some pros that were experimenting. Maelstrom into Aghanim Scepter. Early on, it was like Helmet Dominator into Ags into Satanic. But now we see a lot of gyros working on the S and Y as an early stat boost up, and then going into the Aghanims a little bit later on. So I'm feeling like that's what Shadow's going to be doing here, is the S and Y first, and then go from there.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting too, because we've seen across the other elements of Wings another switch up. Like Faith Beyond had the drums queued up, still has the Bracer, but now has the Radiance queued up here to see if he's able to get enough farm to build into that item, which would allow him to scale better, obviously, and have more farm. But a big smoke movement now, And we'll see if Wings are able to catch it. S4 on the hunt. He is going to be blocked off there. The Light Strike away, Laguna Blade, everything connects. But will they be able to get out of this one? Jarek's pulling back in the Earthshaker, stealing Fissure. He throws it onto 2. Oh, that was a really nice little play there. And canceled the TP. Okay, Blink's going to get hit with the regen. That was a really good play, but now he has Fissure.
Jarek's. I think he wants to set this up on Shadow before the supports actually rotate over, at least ensure that the mid tower does go down.
Well, a nice turnaround in spite of the death. Fissures are just being thrown everywhere at this point.
We didn't have enough damage to finish off the familiar. Oh, sad times.
And Alk almost has his Radiance up too. At least he almost has the Relic up at this stage. So you talked about this hero getting out of control. Do you feel like we're seeing the beginnings of that?
Yeah, unless Wings make a smoke play that actually catches him in the next minute or two, I think Alchemist is almost officially going to be out of control, because like him getting the Radiance is not the end. It's not, oh god, he has Radiance, the game's over. But
right.
It's more about like, what have you gotten in the process? And I don't think Wings has really gotten all that much. They're finally going to take this mid-tier 1 tower about 15 minutes in. They've taken the safe lane tower, but that's all. The rest of OG they've kept their off lane tower alive. They've gotten a lot of farm on Centaur. And this Fissure,
oh my god, it blocks off 3. They're all gonna die. Blink is dead as well. They don't even get the Visage. They don't even get his birds. Oh no.
Oh my god, I just look over and I'm like, there are 3 heroes stunned by a Fissure from Jarex. Wow.
Oh jeez.
Okay,
well,
so they got the mid tower, but they lost 3 heroes for it. I mean, this is officially like, this game is way more one-sided to OG's favor than game 1 was.
And the other thing about that too, like we saw the Visage Familiars also taking down the Shaman wards too. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god, this is feeling so tough for Wings at this point. You're getting closer to that Bloodstone on Lina. Like, she's got the Soul Ring, has the Arcanes, recipes in the bag. How much does that change things with the respawn time? Is that going to allow it to sort of maybe get her into a snowballing state if they win a couple of fights?
Like, snowballing phase has to start when you pick up like level 8, you've got full nuking power, and it builds from there. They haven't even started the snowball, and they're having a hard time. Like, did you see that Laguna Blade?
Yeah.
It got thrown out on the Visage, and Gravekeeper's Cloak was just like, no, not doing much there. So
Dire's middle tower
that you can't really burst down the Visage. The Visage actively threatens you, both with the Familiars and the Heavy. Centaur and Alchemist are very rapidly getting to a point where you're going to have a hard time bursting them down, too. So it's pretty much like Terrorblade and Rubik.
And you look at this, too. They're about to be able to jump forward and take down Lina again before she gets the Bloodstone. It's just from bad to worse, and it's not really looking like it's going to stop either. Oh man, now the Courier's even caught out on the opposite side of where the rest of the team is, but it doesn't look like they'll get caught. They do get ice! Oh man, do they know? Did they spot him? All right, now they do.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're waiting. Wow. Well, a really, really unfortunate display here from Wings. It's just looking like OG have the answers to this style of play. They're doing it.
I wonder why Wings tried to draft such an aggressive and one-dimensional draft in both Game 1 and Game 2, right? Game 1 was very push-heavy and team-fight-heavy. This time around, it's a lot more pick-off-heavy and some team-fight with a little less pushing power, but both lineups are very one-dimensional and early game focused, and they just lose the laning phase a bit too much, fail to actually make proper rotation, and there goes the Courier.
Okay.
He was trying to use it to scout out the ward, but then No-Tail just
oh, and they can't get the ward now. Oh no. Oh man. Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, it really does. So, I don't know. I mean, they just didn't really give themselves too many outs, you know? And maybe Wings thinks that this is the way, maybe it's something to do with OG, and maybe they feel like OG is such a strong team that you just have to focus on one dimension of the game and try and bring the power them there, but
okay.
I don't know. I see a lot of teams giving themselves outs. Like as in, if the game doesn't go the way we want to in the first 20 minutes, then we have this like late game hero to fall back on, or we have a really strong 45-minute window or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But Wings, they didn't really give themselves those outs. The game is pretty much over, won or lost by about 25 minutes. And we saw Game 1, they lost control of the game by 20, and it was kind of like 25% chance to be able to get back in it from there. And this time around, I think it's almost already too much. We'll see. They'll have a really strong mid-game power spike with Gyro and Lina and the Blink Dagger and Earthshaker. Maybe they can turn things around there, but again, it's kind of like the plan B we were talking about, right? You didn't want to go to plan B in the first place.
Yeah, and you talk about all of those popular gyrocopter builds that we've seen. Not a lot of them include BKB at this early stage, but they got to go for it. You need this item to stay alive against so much aggression, because even once you get through the magical, there's still a ton of physical damage that's coming out. So very tough situation to be in, and now another smoke movement in. It does look like the birds broke it, and Y, realizing that there was something afoot, will be able to back out. So OG not able to really take down anybody there, but they are still dominating this side of the map and just completely hemming in Wings. Jarex does also have Fissure again. He stole that from the Earthshaker a little while ago, and we'll have it for the next fight.
Nice. You got to throw down that enchant totem a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's difficult, to be fair. Like, it's really hard not to throw Fissure.
Oh God, they got 2! Oh no, Faithion is on the wrong side as well. That's going to end up being 3 dead. A great combination. Maybe Faithion gets out. They throw out the Echo Slam. Is it going to be enough? S4 running away. He's not quite going to drop. Oh, 67 HP. Another block off. Jarex, he's all over the damn place. He had Light Strike Array as well. Threw it back onto him.
Oh my God, this game's over.
Holy shit, that was awesome.
Jarex just executed that whole entire wing squad.
Oh my God.
That was so sick.
All right, well, Lina's back up again in a second, but it's not going to do him any good. This is going to be a lane of barracks. What a great display. And again, it was a combination of things. It was also, they're actually going to drop the wards here. They need to do something. Something has to give at this point. Jarex throws the Light Strike Ray back at Lina, and they should be able to escape from this one. Everybody TPing out together. Ooh, baby.
Well, you've lost Tier 3 and Melee Racks, Soon Shrines, by 21 minutes against an Alchemist. You know, I don't need to be a stellar analyst to tell you, Lyrical, that Wings is in a whole heap of trouble right now.
Oh my God. And it's, I don't know, I mean, it's just, it doesn't really feel like, you talked about that one-dimensional draft, sort of, and to me the biggest thing about it is that you just have to stop one thing from happening in that early laning stage. Like, find one kill on a hero where you're not supposed to, or, you know, turn around a lane, and suddenly you're at such a huge advantage relative to where you should be.
Yeah, I think it was just the rotations by OG. It all starts with that first blood on the Shadow Shaman, establishing some really good presence against that gyrocopter, and then being able to gank Lina shortly after. You know, I think those two things by OG set themselves up with an early lead against Wings. Wings failed to be able to ever really connect or take control of the map in any way. They didn't, like last time, right? In Game 1, they at least had that aggressive smoke into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, every time. Ana was set up for that one for a while. He had it down to 2-second cooldown when he ended up hitting onto the gyro, but they are just all over him, all around the map. 17,000 net worth. He's double. He has more than the next two heroes from Wings combined. It's just, yeah.
That's the Alchemist special right there. And that's like, okay, you could get over that fact, you know?
Yeah.
Like you could say, oh, but it's just now, but it's the fact that Terrorblade is also above them in net worth that really sets the nail in the coffin, you know? Like you can't afford to have the secondary carry of an Alchemist lineup be higher net worth as well. I'm not sure if any comeback is really possible, but we'll see. They do have really strong team fight abilities to be used. If OG makes a mistake, right?
Yeah. If
they step up to the tier 3s a little bit too early, if they clump up a little bit too much, they could lose a critical team fight and give away the significant lead that they have right now. I just find it unlikely given OG's play so far. I think they've played near perfect in Game 1 and pretty much perfect in Game 2.
All right, well, Blink Dagger is there for Ice, so if there was a moment to strike, it would be right now. Why? Also in the area, they spot out an illusion, and now going to have their eyes on to Fly. Fissure from afar, they end up connecting it, and that should, well, maybe be a pickoff. he's still very tanky. He has Mechanism, he has Cloak, he's got Gravekeeper's Cloak as well, but they are going to now turn, take down that Shadow Shaman, maybe going to be able to find some more. They're not even going to be able to kill off the Visage, I don't think. Look at that Laguna Blade, did almost nothing, but now the combination comes out from the fissure. Fly trying to run away, he is going to finally fall.
The birds!
Oh my god, no. Oh, they end up going down, and now Ana's on top of him. He has a Blink Dagger, trying to just run away. He's going to go pick up a Bounty Rune here because that's what he needs to do. Jarex, he stole Light Striker and Laguna Blade and is going to be able to take down the Lina and now possibly the Abaddon as well. They're just all over him. It's freaking over. Oh, baby. Look at Jarex taunting away. He is having a hell of a game.
Oh, man, that was so sad. Because I watched Shadow play that gyro, and he's got the BKB, like, this is his moment. And he, like, goes to chase down that Visage, and he kills him. But right before he kills him, Fly managed to summon new familiars, and then Shadow's just like, oh shit, oh shit, I have BKB, but that's all physical damage coming my way. He dies, and pretty much their hopes for that team fight die with him.
The Laguna Blade probably did, like, I don't know, maybe 200 damage or something to the Visage when it actually went out, and then Rubik stole it and threw it back against Lina, and she basically died. It's just been really tough, and now they're going on to the Earthshaker. They're going to be able to kill him off, stealing Fissure, now connecting onto Lina. They pull it back in. The team fight prowess from this OG team has just been too strong. And this timing, I mean, yeah, they're just all over him.
Every single tournament, Lyrical, I come to the tournament like with great hopes about Wings. You know, every single time I've heard the things like, oh, you know, we were super busy after TI. Lost sort of our standing because of that, and we really haven't been able to grind it, but we're going to get back into it. So every tournament I think to myself, this is the one. Like, we'll finally see the good old Wings, you know, come back and forth. But it's not just people adjusting to how Wings play. It's not at all. I think there are a lot of, like, basic mistakes in this series so far. They do not look in very good form. And I think, you know, by maybe a little bit of his draft, I think the draft is kind of set against them by giving them, you know, no real outs for, you know, any kind of errors. But you can't really couple that, right? You can't couple making these errors and giving yourself a draft and just leave those kind of things. So it just looks like a very lackluster Wings and an exceptionally strong OG. OG look amazing right now.
Totally. And it's making those decisions, you know, on a minute-to-minute basis, second-to-second basis that are, like, they know where they stand relative to the strength of Wings, and they take every advantage that they can. I'm also seeing, like, in my eyes, maybe Wings, they're a team that adjusts very effectively. But yeah, I see you hovering over that Bloodstone shard. It feels bad.
You might as well just sell that thing. That thing's garbage now.
Yeah.
2 Bloodstone shards, just dump it in the trash, man. It's not worth it. Just hide it. Just hide that Bloodstone. You know, it's better to have an empty inventory slot. There's more pride in having it empty. At least I'm poor, you know, at that point. But then showing off a 2 Bloodstone charge. Oh Jesus!
I mean, in some ways, like, it's the potential to come back. You know, just scribble in a 1 next to it, and you'll be fine. In the meantime, you also have this Visage who's just not going to die. And we saw all that aggression placed against him in that last fight, and he ended up being like one of the last ones to die as well because he's got Solar Crest, so evasion is there, Hooded Defiance, Mechanism. There's so much survivability on this hero that, like, I mean, they're not in any hurry to end it, but he could almost be one of the ones standing up on high ground hitting the building.
Yeah, he really could. I think a big boost to this Visage was the change where we had the Gravekeeper's Cloak be applied to the familiars when he's nearby. I think that really helps out quite a bit because they're the significant damage force, right? That you want to be able to address very quickly and gain the bounty, but also eliminate that threat. But you just can't seem to kill him, as you can see in team fight after team fight. Like, it first happened in that mid fight, right? Where the familiars come in, they addressed the familiars pretty early, but Visage was nearby. The familiars just didn't die fast enough. They managed to get off their stuff, disrupt everything with Wings, and then they progressed to have a great team fight. They have a Fissure down and everything, but it all starts with those familiars not being addressed because of this cloak, and that's really what I think gave Visage that big comeback at first, and some of the minor buffs and some of the core have brought it back.
Well, this is potentially time to go all in. No Tail has a DD. They've given the Aghanim Scepter to the Centaur by virtue of that Alchemist. And they're going to start pressuring in here. They're on top of them. A Fissure gets thrown out. They are going to be able to take down this Tier 3 tower. No real contest. They are going to throw out a Glyph. I mean, they're sieging both of them at the same time. They don't even care. And they're under no stress at all here. They're going to deny the tower. That's all hunky-dory. Building's still dropping. Aphotic Shield is there. These barracks they just don't have an answer. Like, they can't even go on one hero at this point.
Yeah, then with the Aegis on No Tail, they can't really address that threat. And then Anna's just constantly getting the Aphotic Shield, so they're trying to go on him because he doesn't have the Aegis, but they just can't. They can't deal with it.
Oh god, they're all over him. Faith Beyond, he doesn't have his ulti anymore. They're taking down this. It's going to be Mega Creeps in just a second. No Tail is still going to jump forward. They throw another Fissure. Echo Slam to follow. It's looking kind of okay-ish. There's no pressure at all. There's the call down. They're all going to die again. Fly is on a killing spree. Double for him, and GG is going to be called OG 2-0 over Wings. And I think both scores ended up being around the 8-27, 9-27 mark as well. Cap, what can we take away from this series as a whole here, finishing off our first one in Group A?
You know, I want to give a bunch of praise to OG because they did look really solid. I think that they're
Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn
Axe.
to pick. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Life Stealer.
Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Tinker!
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Slider, so very clearly Liquid.
Absolutely. I think
Prepare for battle.
going back to the fact that because RG are on such strong hero player combinations, if Liquid beat them here, I feel RG's going to be pretty scared going into game 2 because they have issues. They've been allowed to get what it feels like they wanted to get into this game 1 with Liquid, with Answer. The finishing pick as well, the Alchemist. No Miracle, he's a bit of a madman on whatever he gets his hands on, but Alchemist, if he gets out of control at the start, it's going to be very hard for RG to control, isn't it? Especially when they're running Lina. So do you think, was the plan always to kind of have this Lina in the support position? Or do you think with RG they ever thought about putting him in the... Did anything from the lineup of Liquid cause them to move it away from it?
I imagine the Medusa going mid is just going to be the better. You can't really run the up. He's not going to farm as well against the Tinker as he is in this. More likely than just running him safe lane, they're looking to stack up a ton of going out whenever possible, setting up. Same for the Rubik. While you're roaming, whenever you're at a stack timing, make he's maybe going to be wants to be able to fall back into that jungle once he's 6, level 7, has some points in acid with it, gets an armor up, that's when he can start to power.
Yeah, Phoenix is recent buff, 7.04. It's getting better and better for the bird after quite a long period of time where, back last year's Epicenter where we was pinnacle of a Phoenix, and then it got knocked down really hard, but last update, extra GPM on one of the talents, and it's mentioned the DS with the spirits, it can be pretty scary.
Plus 5, it's double, it's double damage on 5. The GPM is also really nice. You may consider it to get the magic mean. Fire Spirit, either one.
Oh yeah, it's one of the two, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, they're both amazing.
Okay.
It's the thing. It's like you get to this level 15, you're like, crap, I've got 2 of like the best level 15 talents. Which do you?
Fixered.
To start things off, we'll see what the plans as far as Liquid. They want to give some assistance to Matu, GHs at least. The big thing to point out is that Magnus not contesting the offlane, so Alchemist will have an uncontested free farm lane. Magnus looking to jungle farm it.
Mid lane we saw Bavoka just try for a bit of an attempt on some Timberman. Not the mark there with the rolling ball. Not really a surprise to see GH coming to work. Dead. Got to keep your eyes out on OPs. Checking before, and I think he had over 70% win rate with IG. This is almost certainly got to be one of the heaviest focuses for in the earlier stages of the game. Gets ahead, is able to kind of stall the game. Pretty nice, but as we keep saying, if the game goes on, the Alchemist and the Medusa are going to look at you and say, all right, we'll just keep farming these lanes, you keep pushing in. So they'll just continue to get bigger and bigger as it scales on.
Yeah, this looks like a fight greed with greed kind of approach from IG. Burning's queued up his first time Might. He almost always has been going for the mines on his safe lane life stealer, but not even opting for, hey, there's no one in the lane. Neither team is going off lane. Both off laners are jungling. Mind Control didn't go Iron Talon field, but we'll see roams coming out from GH and Babo, but neither of these players pose major threats. They're more looking just to create some space and get scattered from it. This is like, they're just kind of matching up against each other, trying to hopefully like get in, find the junglers, contest them. If you find a low HP, might find a kill. But realistically, all 3 cores plus like junglers are just, they're looking to create stacks right now. No big moves to actually threaten the kill. Rubik's just gone top lane.
Yeah, and in terms of when the action does actually kick off, I mean, IG with their lineup, I mean, trying to make something happen with the RP, it feels like it's going to be hard this game. There's just so many ways that Liquid can counteract an initiation. We said we're going to have Axe with the Blink Cool. You've got a Supernova, a Stone Gaze to worry out. There's so many ways that Liquid can stop IG trying to fight. And it feels like in a game where you've got the better farmers essentially on Liquid, that's going to be an issue for us.
Yeah, it can be. They're going to have to, when they initiate, burst down that target really quickly before a Stone Gaze can come in. Stun Ray, Supernova type thing. That's where the Infest Bomb's really nice, because typically, I mean, you think your Slider Lifestealer. This, you don't have the Slider with the amp damage, but you've got a Magnus RP, you've maybe got an Earth Spirit with a Stun Silence. You roll in with an Infest Bomb. That first target will die very quickly. Not many heroes that can easily survive, and outside of perhaps and off the Silence, and then you can Stone Gaze off. I think IG have the right idea where they can just play the farming game. If Lifestealer manages to scale pretty well, they are going to have to eventually address Alchemist and how fast he's farming, but they're still going to hit their Magnus Blink, their Lifestealer Midas Armlet time before Alchemist has like a Radiance style boutique travel for him.
Sure, and regarding the farm at the moment, of course, as we can last hits both safe lane, it's pretty much free farm entirely on the same level. Last hits mid lane, a bit of an edge for the having better time. That help given out, but certainly struggling in this matchup that for the most part has been one, and understandable of course, that lazy make matches get all the seeing, even with the snakes.
Of course, not having the Iron Talon has going to go for the Tranquil Boot, so we may see him actually go to lane. So in fact, he hasn't got the Iron Talon, suggests he wants to get some early jungle levels and farm. Having some laning presence, perhaps that early smoke. Big. Now we'll just jungling it up. Creed is the game. Miracle, the safe lane. Zarmlet has the Soul Ring. It doesn't look like there's too many stacks because the jungle's being so actively used by the Axe. Downsides for Liquid. Have that super high power farming Alchemist. Fall back to the jungle with it.
I mean, is there a chance, is it for sure going to be a power farm? Or is there a chance because he has sort of Solar Crest, Shadowblade, Sneak, and because you've got this or do you think that's unlikely?
Was the way he used to play it a lot with Alchemist strats all the time out of Miracle. That kind of Solar Crest, Sanjin Yash ability. I find it unlikely. I haven't seen an Alchemist played like that in a long, long time. And I feel the hero just seems like he's natural fitted. So yeah, it's definitely viable, and it's the better build to have against the Lifesteal, having a Solar item that Lifesteal struggling with.
Bit of a go there. Low on. Right, and they will still hang around though.
Down here though.
Really want to try and make something happen. Miracle, of course, yet to hit level 6. He's very close, but he isn't going to have that Chemical Rage regen to help him out if IG find an opening. bo2. 3 lines, and very aware that something is going on.
Yeah, he saw the Radiant Rifle, so he didn't need it. Then he gets the Ghost Root here.
Yeah, he needs backup, and even if that came through, it's not going to be quick enough. Miracle surrounded, and IG find themselves first blood there.
A fool's first lesson is his last.
Get something in return here, closing the gap onto OP, moving in with the call. TP will come through, the spins, they're not going to be there. Can they actually keep OP alive? That's the question now, it's just Q. There's no sort of defensive play that he can offer to survive, help the Tinker survive. But get themselves the kill in return.
Regeneration!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very good for Liquid there. We talked about already how much of a man slightly struggling in the farm department. Head to head against the Tinker. So I think we'll end up a bit. We'll get that first blood on Miracle.
Gold's going their way for the first blood, but Miracle, you can see kind of on the net worth hasn't been too much in terms of where he's at. You expect him to be top of the chart even out for this safe lane brief situation, but ultimately kills on the Tinker, slowing down that losing travel timing to me currently is maybe the bigger objective to take from him. Slightly better.
Money to burn.
Burning with Midas Boot. Going to probably be letting his team. Okay, perhaps I could go for an investing to push out my lane and then keep me somewhere if there's like a guaranteed kill, but presumably he's got nothing. So he doesn't want to rotate too early, but he also he can't just sit here farming all day long. He is going to get out farmed by an Alchemist, so it's kind of that, where's that critical point? Now he's going to be.
Bottom lane, they can look for Miracle. He does have the armlet. Chemical Rage is still on cooldown though, so IG, they've managed to take him down a second time on the safe lane of Liquid. Very nicely done as well. A few seconds, and if he had that rage, maybe he would have had a bit of a better chance. But as we're seeing, IG getting a lot of focus down there, and absolutely worth it as well. That Magnus involved is going to help him with impression if they can get that blink into such timing, and especially before some of these key members of Liquid get their 6. Like a moment, Kuroki still at level 3. If you're able to make things happen before such things as Supernova's a threat, it's going to be fantastic for this Lifestealer Magnus line.
Yeah, IG seem to have recognized that down bottom for the game, and Kuro, very under-leveled support. His spells have long cooldowns. They also require, this hero requires a lot of level. Those spells start to have power threats in the early game. And Kuro, good way out of this game.
Really across coming from the Timberman, but amazing. Held back, yeah, by bo2. Kuroki trying to hide it out, but they have found him, and Dive already used. Go down. Time of their lives down on that bottom lane. The top lane as well really is. Burning to have safe lane. We're seeing Miracle receiving pressure. Burning a lot less so. Mind Control is up here with GH, but the two of them, incredibly hard to catch a lockdown Burning. It's going to be A-OK against just...
The Medusa TP bottom, so there's overall threat to life. When your opposing team's two main cores that are doing well and farming are both carries, like Alchemist, neither of which games you.
Radiant's
Very
middle
free game
tower
as
is under attack.
push very farming, very aggressive.
In the jungle here, nice setup as they come in with the kickback, looking to bring down Matumba. He's out of mana. The backup though from Kuroki. bo2 Q won't quite have enough damage to bring him down.
Kind of approaching that point, but by themselves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alchemist and Medusa
Dyer's
very
top
tanky,
tower is
so
under
they want to get
attack.
those kills. They need the Lifestealer in Fed, they need Tinker rotation. Tinker until he has the boosted recovery, unlikely.
Top lane. Got the lane in.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Bothered by that. Armlet.
That did incredibly well for IG. You find a few kills on Alchemist to slow down his timing. He's not farming all the carries that Alchemist normally does with free farm, so I think all in all this is a dream start. And they're going to hit this Lifestealer Armlet timing at a similar time to Magnus's lane.
And yeah, talking about Blinks, Mind Control's just picked us up at the side shot. So they've got to make something happen. They can bring down Bernie. Oh, he messes up! Oh! He forgot to press Blink.
I don't think he has that. I mean, Kavoka's in the perfect spot to counter initiate.
I mean, maybe, but hey.
It doesn't look pretty, but I think that was for the best.
Okay.
He may not know it. It may
It's-
take watching the replay for him to realize that's good
Plan.
that he messed up. But worked out.
He was just testing his Q back. Oh, oh no, he cancelled it then. Mind Control, is he going to be... Oh yeah, pause. It looks like there's an issue with the Blink. I think his Blink key is broken. Hey, look, that's what it looks like to me, gods. He can't seem to blink. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Because that... I mean, I don't know. He was by a lot of creeps burning. If he got that initial blink in...
He doesn't have his armlet too, so... It would have been like a...
man.
I mean, the Rubik infestors have been damaged.
Does Burning realise?
Find out. Rubik will get like insta-stun silence.
Here we go. Mind gets the good call in there. We'll go in on to Burning, but he gets the chance to raise the silence onto 2, and now the turnaround from IG. They'll take down 1. Mind Control will get out. Maybe we would have seen, yeah, the same happen even if he got the first blink.
I mean, that's the thing. If Rubik can follow it up with a telekinesis and a bait bolt for some extra damage to set up the call, it's great, but Rubik gets insta-silence. Rubik doesn't get spells off there. But without that, yeah. Boca, perfect map awareness in the right spot. He's well known for this Earth Spirit. Kind of under level 2.
Radiant's bottom
but
tower is under
he's
attack.
definitely achieved a lot.
Radiant
He's
structures
constantly
are
moving around the map. He's getting some bottom lane.
Dyer's
He's
top tower is
getting
under
his
attack.
really good scouting information. Got a couple more heroes. Yes. Oh, nice link. Blocks the roll.
Getting the setup. Baroka, he has got backup on the way, so Mind Control and Kuroki have to be a little bit careful. Silence, and then the RP. Oh my goodness. XXF. A lot of love for the Phoenix there as he brings him down. And yeah, in return, GH RPing the RP at XXF. Really knew it back, but Mind Control's got the call. they will be able to take down the Magnus and find their favorable trade there. GH, at the end of the day, with the better RP.
Man, but not the end of the world for IG, who still managed to push down that bottom tower. They're really starting to press forward now. Lifestealer's getting involved, so we see Burning come online.
We've got a replay here of the broken blink. As we see there,
China.
mind control. There we have it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Poor old mind control. But as we were saying, probably wouldn't.
Illusion.
IG at this point are going to be the aggressors. They're versing a very greedy draft with Alchemist together. They've got the boost of travel, they've got the infest bomb. They can start finding these pickoffs. Well and truly, they just start fighting. He doesn't want to farm anymore. Midas armor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Going to be impressive to see close to Miracle's Alchemist. It did obviously die a couple of times.
Really hard to play this axe now for mind control because typically you get this blink dagger as your first item. You want to go around, start using some moves, find some pickup. You've got points that can't really do a whole lot with you. The Deuce and Alchemist both farm, even with supports. Phoenix Pacific can't really supports that pair up great with an axe in terms of damage output.
Radiant's
GH
middle tower is
like
under
good
attack.
spell, some extra damage,
Radiant
like
structures
shockwave,
are fortified.
laser good, but if you think axe blink call, then you want to have like a follow-up. Sunstrike, some nice nukes coming out. There's little good partner with this axe.
Miracle holding the flies here. Throw the stun out onto Felina. Turns toward Burning. Burning. Rips down GA. And the Supernova Stone Gaze combo coming in from the back lines. But Superman, he's caught XXS. But will skew away back in time. And holds back a second. So at the end of the day, that was a fight that GH looked to kick off there with the tele opening. Miracle wanted to join in, but Burning, he just walked in and he walked out. He got the kill.
The good, you can see
Dire's
where
top
Synergy
tower
and Liquid's
is
draft
under
is there
attack.
with that Supernova Stone Gaze at mid. They came very close to getting a couple key kills on the Magnus, especially, but they were just a little bit short. They lacked that extra bit of damage after their support. Had some great team fight present. When you look at spells like Supernova, the Fire Spirit, Sunray, but have that good way to do stuff.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Which
attack.
Liquid are kind of struggling for right now. They don't
Radiant's middle
fight all
tower
that well.
is
Even
fallen.
with these big ultimates, like they have team fight presence, they lack that team fight damage until they get more farm. Until they have Miracle with Radiance, Manta style off the ring to get big on this Alchemist before Liquid are ready to go.
XXS is quite what queuing Midas for himself after the blink.
Yeah, they can play the greed game. It's not like a Liquid's draft is greedy, automatically lose. Good IG's draft like it necessarily fall off. As much as Lifestealer not really a hero you want to always go late in the game with, he's got Empower this game. His vehicles, he won't get kited as badly because Tinker's going to ultimately probably have like a Blink Hex, so he can help control the Alchemist and stuff. He's got like the Magnus who's going to have all relay refreshes, so I think IG have to be worried about ending this game fast despite there being an Alchemist. But if anything, they can look at this game like we've actually slowed down the Alchemist farm enough that we can play at our own pace, a pace that suits IG.
Love to catch. Got eyes on him. Very close to the blink dagger. Mind control with the initiation. Team coming through though. The spins weren't there. Mind control. It nearly ends up going down to the tower here. They'll chase forward, trying to find him. XXS goes forward, securing the shockwave. Finds the kill. But Superman, he already used the Stone Gaze. He's now on the run out, but Provoker on the chase and with Burning coming in from the sideline. But Superman now caught without the ultimate. He'll go down as well. And IG reacting to Liquid's attempt to make something happen on that top lane absolutely perfectly. I mean, Mind Control jumps in under the tower, but there just wasn't any follow-up.
One of those games where it feels like as much as you don't want to go greedy on your off lane as well as your two cores, it's like what this blink timing comes and then you don't have great ways to use it. It's one of those things where often as like an axe in these games you want to go Vanguard first or something.
Radiant
Up
structures
because
are
you
fortified.
get the blink too fast and your team aren't ready
Radiant's
to gank
top
with the
tower
blink dagger,
is
it
under
doesn't
attack.
offer a whole lot. And that's what looks like it's happened for Liquid. They've got this blink, they're trying to make these smokes, but outside of perhaps committing like bringing the Deuce and Phoenix, which I guess is the idea, so you have this
Radiant's
it's
top tower
very hard
has
to
fallen.
actually find pickoffs. Axe is kind of like the pickoff catch hero, but you don't have any good gankers to go with him. You have team fighters, so I think they're kind of trying to team fight without the actual farm to back it up. Like a Matul with a Perseverance, phase boots, and more items like on. Not for now.
Surviving that top gank attempt. What about gank attempt? Being eyed up by IG. Straight in they go, the four of them. Remember, Laguna Blade from Q. They bring down the Medusa. Second time. Gameplay 11 for 3. IG certainly seems strong control on this game.
Fighting these rotations, they've farmed like just the right amount. I talked about them fighting greed with greed,
Smart
going for the Midases, having this very passive early game. They recognize that, okay, the first 10 minutes we've got everything we needed to with our kind of farming style. Now it's time to up the ante, go for these
Radiant's
kills, put the
top
pressure
tower
on,
is
don't
under
let Medusa
attack.
hit her item timings. As long as one of the cores of Liquid being shut down, you're in pretty well. Alchemist, yeah, he's starting to pull ahead, but Medusa stay. Alternatively, if you're killing the Alchemist while Medusa gets a bit of farm, you're okay with that as well. But IG are farming across cores. They're finding kills on one of the key Liquid heroes, and it doesn't feel like
Radiant's
Alchemist
top tower
comparison
is under
between both
attack.
Alchemist and Medusa.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We'll take that.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Deso, he's partway to his Assault Cuirass, close to halfway there. Can take Roshan fairly soon. IG are doing a very good job of making sure they secure objectives and not just play this greedy style with Liquid.
Now starting breakaway. Burning definitely.
An Alchemist game, you want to be ahead probably 5 or 10 minutes ago. Too late for the Alchemist to start pulling ahead. He's probably going to start pulling ahead even more unless he gets ganked a bit. Or maybe if IG like take Roshan's rack, that's where he starts.
Radiant's bottom
Dash,
tower
but-
is under attack.
It's not a concern. Like that's not a lead at all. He needs to be like 5k net worth lifesteal to be able to fight the lifesteal. Now there's such good lockdown and control in the fight with Earth Spirit, the Magnus, stuff like the open wounds. Tough for Mirror. Perhaps the Mantle will help a little bit, getting out of some of those battles like the open. And then once you finally feel like you're
Radiant's bottom tower
tanky enough
is
and
under
found enough to
attack.
fight the lifesteal, well then there's Tinker to worry about. He's going to have an
Dire's
Agonist
top
Scepter,
tower
so
is under attack.
getting laser on you and all your man solutions or
Dire's
teammates, like
top
you just
tower has fallen.
get wrecked by AoE laser.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Tower for IG. Bottom at the same. Getting around the pip.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That should help.
Do you think is it just too risky really to look for Roshan whilst our enemies alive? I mean they'll smoke up. Surely this is going to be a smoke and a kill attempt.
Pick then Roche. If you go into Roche, you're kind of setting yourselves up to you feel like you're doing better. You're fighting the kills, you're taking objectives, I think I just recognize that they're in the advantageous position. Putting yourself in the Roshan pit against Stonegaze and Supernova is a good way to kind of throw with that lead, so they'll play it safe. Just go for the pick off, go for the key kill, and they'll find it.
Yeah, Boca, he goes for the blind boulder smash. Won't be able to hit it off. The rest of his teammates.
Could still theoretically Roche now. They see Alchemist bottom. They like to be down there as well. Multiple keys out, but still, again, it's slightly risky. Bottom shows himself. He kind of goes missing. I think ideally they want to get themselves. Otherwise, they're going to have to position. And if not the pick off, then at least get Tinker's Accept with them. And the real good catch where there's this fourth pick Tinker right when they throw him the dude. Effective as well. So just one of OP's best fits the game as a good counter pick for the Medusa in the mid lane against a lineup that really struggles to find the Tinker pick him off. And as mentioned, once he gets his Accept, they are in the Roshan pit, so you're likely to come and
Dire's
lay down
bottom
some
tower is
good
under
and
attack.
kind of a test happen. You see Miracle bottom, and I think without Alchemist there, they feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, who have this great Roshan team. Being used to not. There's also the chance not wanting. They respect how I.
Roshan has fallen to the down.
You have no vision around there. They have good vision around there. Even, I don't think they saw them go into the pit. It's to like the north. south. If you go in kind of blind into IG's walk there, and they even have a sentry, the IG's going to get the jump point. So much of this game comes down to whether the Axe can initiate before the Magnus or the Lifestealer and Festbomb will instant hero. If that happens to like a core hero in the fight, they want to try
Radiant's
and get the
middle
Axe
tower is
jump
under
onto
attack.
an Earth Spirit or something before they get done.
Really some games as well that are kind of rare for Liquid, but really struggle to hit it off in the farm.
Radiant's
Nearly being
middle
matched by
tower
Mind
has
Control's
fallen.
Axe, and Mind Control himself, he's been having a tough time finding kills. Granted, he's been doing a lot of farming himself,
Radiant's middle tower
but
is under
this
attack.
Medusa's still not in the position in D, and it feels like this game, a lot of weight is on Miracle. He has got the farm, he is hitting the timings now on the Alchemist. They need him to game. They need him to buy the space and create the time that Liquid.
Skipping waves here, knowing that there's push coming mid,
Got a movement speed.
much as possible. Probably assume. And IG will range. If you don't make that play there where you creep wave, they take the tier 3 tower with rage. It's this casual slow siege. You go way back to like TI2 era, or the Chinese teams with Lifestealer back then. You go on the high ground, you rage. Rage is a second away from wearing off, you back off. It's just slow, steady. There's no real counterplay unless you've got a good KB Pierce initiation. Even then, it's a Lifesteal with an Aegis. So if you waste like a big ultimate on that, like an Axe, or even your Axe goes into Polar Lifestealer, Axe is going to die. And best case scenario, you take an Aegis and you've lost like 2 of them. Slow, steady siege coming. This time the creep wave has not been skipped, and IG are ready for round 2 at the tower.
They've got good high ground potential. At the same time, Liquid do have ways to counteract it. Mind Control will jump in, start to bring Burning back.
Don't waste the rage. That's a good play from Mind Control. The second he rages, he just wants to hit the tower for 2 seconds, then back off, and he makes sure that Burning doesn't get any damage on the tower, because you don't do anything to respond, he will slowly take your base and push IG back a little bit.
Double damage.
They are. Want to try and catch IG before they go for that next high ground push. Again, from the sideline, you can see Timmerman, Mind Control. Down for the base.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
It's all about Mind Control's cool. Here's their initiation. Perfectly.
Throw in the front is gonna. Oh, with the sentry.
They see it. Find that jump. Back in. Burning back on towards the tower.
Radiant's middle
Tower down. Burning looking towards Miracle Dead. Gets one. It will catch the Earthspirit immediately coming into the middle with the Supernova, and that will cause IG to spread. The Stone Gates are down as well. The IG have got to seriously think about fighting back into this one. Now that the ults are down, maybe, but they've lost an Earthspirit. Burning will turn towards Broken, but immediately out with the dive. Miracle again, just cutting the creep, trying to destroy this push. Phenom Q's there with a follow-up, so the Laguna Blade, it slashes from Burning and rips him down.
It's a nice attempt, like IG were so good at responding to that. The second they saw that dive in with the Kura just Supernova to the middle 5 heroes, knowing that the Stone Gaze would protect him, and IG didn't try and kill him, they just split. They 5-man, ran away from the egg, and left the Earth Spirit to die, but they even killed the Axe before Earth Spirit even went down. Axe was dead. Miracle came close to getting the Tinker, but the Tinker keeps healed himself up. Not looking good for him.
And as we did see that, we saw the effectiveness of the creep. The first creep wave coming up close. It did slow down there. See, Mind Control's in again with the core, trying to rip Burning away from the rack whilst he's raged up. Doing their best to slow it. They don't want to buy back, it looks like, on Miracle. They want to wait that 20 seconds. Liquid can make except that this Rax is gone.
Probably
at
better.
least the melee, at least.
They give up the Rax rather than the out buyback. Use the out buyback, he dies again, it's game over. Even if he doesn't die again, it slows down the off timing by such a big margin that it's not better off you lose a Rax. Like losing 1 melee Rax is not a massive problem for a lineup with a mid and an out. They can play down a melee Rax. They were going to lose their shrines anyways once that's down, so we'll probably IG regroup, take down some of the shrines mid, wait for the next Roshan before going high ground. Very kind of methodical play coming out of the gaming team.
Money to burn.
But they're going to have to get whatever items they can get as soon as possible. Medusa only now has a link. Yasha to go with it. Matu, the highlighted, has really struggled to find farm this game. Not being a very mobile hero. That's where Axie managed to get farm. He can like push out lane, has the blink, kind of escape any route. Very slow, sluggish, not very mobile, and if you're caught out, you're kind of just dead. Even with the Stone Gaze that you kind of play, there's enough disables. Don't really have the ability to farm places on that.
It's certainly, it feels like a lot of elements of Liquid not kicked it off this game. I mean, it also Loki just struggled to find the levels on this. Quite far behind. That level 1 super. Still just level 8 at 28. Little slow for this Phoenix.
Burning gets a heart now. So rotate.
Forward on the Max XS sees them, he'll only get 2. He won't get GH. And now GH comes back in. Doesn't matter, God.
Miracle now. He's in trouble himself. He doesn't really want to fight the Stone Gaze. He might though. I'm going to have to kind of turn tail and run away from that for now.
They will catch the Earth Spirit up on the high ground. That Burning still pretty much our OP and XXS. They're ready for another fight.
Burning skills up with the heart regen, then he's back in. He'll start
Radiant's bottom
lane.
is under attack.
And the power damage is buffed up even further by this high stress. Do that. Great. There's no real good response to Burning at this stage.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Burning down a little bit. Burning will turn straight towards the Miracle. Man turn. There's concoction onto Burning. Time to do damage to Burning. Phase at the moment on his bit.
There's like 50 damage at right click from Medusa onto the Lifestealer with all his armor, and he's got, yeah. Good luck bringing down Burning.
How do you...
He gets the free evasion at level 20 as well with his Talon, I imagine. Motion Seed is kind of nice, but 10 evasion against Alchemist seems to go. Gonna increase his HP even. He is close to that 6 point. He's going Butterfly as his final item. At least he's queued it up for now.
We'll take that.
I think he recognizes evasion's going to be super valuable. How do you farm an MKB through this Medusa? It has no items whatsoever. Alchemist can theoretically farm an evasion piercing item, but you're an Alchemist. You don't want to. Givers, then you start pulling Aghanim Scepters perhaps. Maybe you get an AC in there, an Abyssal. Is very hard to counter lineup with this.
Well, I mean, as we've kind of seen, his best bet at this moment really is to make sure these fights don't happen around the...
Split push,
and they're hunting for him. But, I mean, they could...
Having like itemized like Shadow Blade on Magnet, like catch and pick off items, find him, catch him immediately. They'll go for the shrine instead. Lurk around that top lane and they'll
Invisibility.
there in time.
In this game, I think a lot of people wouldn't have expected IG to give game 1 a... I mean, it is the first game at LAN. Can be a bit... IG.
The hard thing for a Liquid draft like this is they probably theory crafted that this is like a good counter to what Chinese teams are. Lifestealer, how you've got this team fight with Medusa, Stone Gaze with the Supernova. Phoenix is good against it.
Can they kill Burning? They've got 4 heroes here surrounding him. GH will kind of tentatively lift him up, but the rest of them say, no, we can't kill the Lifestealer. We've got to go for the rest. They're jumping on the back line. XXS falling low, but he forces himself up. They've killed the action return. Will RP the Medusa, but XXS does end up going down. GH, again with the stolen RP, able to slow Burning down a little bit. Raised up, they just don't have the damage to go for it. Miracle on the back line, trying to cut across, was able to get a second. He'll look towards Burning. Will continue to chase this down, but he cannot go for it, especially level 20. Did go for that evasion talent. There is just no way they can cut through that Lifestealer. Even if there's 5 of their heroes and 1 of the Lifestealer, I still question how, if they can kill it.
He walked into 4 and they ignored him and grabbed kind of set it all.
Trying to come in on Miracle. Full force to dispatch of this Alchemist. Miracle has got the backup of Broken Sunray. Can they keep the Alchemist alive? It looks like they will be able to. around, maybe seeing if the concoction was to hold back out. But as we're seeing, as unkillable Burning is, flashing their Miracle, surrounded by the majority of IG, they could quite kill him.
Main difference between the two, while both being kind of unkillable, is very hell of a lot of damage. This Alchemist can do damage, it's just nowhere comparable to what the Lifesteal is. Has reached that 6-slot Alchemist at a reasonable-ish time, like you normally see around 28, 30 minutes, and he still can progress item-wise, but these 6 items is normally around the 28 minutes, so it's a little bit slower, but it's less, not so much Miracle's timing those items, it's where the rest is at in terms of farm, and where IG's at. IG is for farms on both Lifesteal as well as Tinker, they've got map control, Roche control, that Roche is about to reset the max timer. Probably doesn't matter for IG too much that it's
God, look at this. Kind of, we're not doing great either. What's some Y on the cheap?
Whatever cheap cost-effective items you can buy at this point. I guess the Mant is like the one other. With all the buffs, I think he's just rating the sign slightly above the Mant. And the Mant illusions die incredibly fast to like main benefit is get out of some spells.
Islands. Out of it. Does have back up to the team, but Burning looking towards the man. This is a chance for the Stone Gaze, and that will force Burning back.
Still win for IG. That's Stone Gaze on cooldown. They can use that to secure themselves. They're going to smoke and actually look to fight, perhaps. Sure, there's a whole lot Liquid can do to win a team fight without both Stone Gaze and Super.
Blink out there, chasing down. Got Burning inside him. First down stroke there, OP and all with the blink forward.
Oh, they never miss.
Down the Phoenix. I mean, I've looked at this game 2. What's the biggest issue, do you feel? Is there going to be here that we're not going to see that IG get their hands on?
They may change some of their bans to like deny burning the Lifesteal, for example, but I think this is very much like the theory crafted draft. Probably, it's the kind of draft you can't really necessarily practice. Perhaps they maybe had some scrim practice against some of the Chinese teams, but like to me it feels like a draft that was heavily theory crafted, but maybe tested and practiced. Stop this road from happening, they may kind of salvage this game or at least give themselves a chance.
Burning in onto the Timberman falling low, has the back, Miracle on the front lines, trying to kind of pull IG away from themselves, acting as a distraction. I mean, he's toggling around. Back into the pit, to try and do something there with the Stone Ray, but isn't going to happen as IG take Gauges on the Lifestealer.
That Raider looked to forward down another lane, thinking side lanes pushed out a bit. A lot harder for the Alchemist to go that annoying play at this stage than that IG side, and bottom lane is where IG are going to be.
Have all the odds.
Still just level in Supernova. It doesn't seem to have mattered so much anymore. Being the egg, like dying or anything, it's just it's always been paired up with this gaze. So regardless of what stun duration increase, leveling it up.
He's got a complete.
I don't really have this. I could drop his face theoretically. Oh, he's. I mean, he's damn hard right now.
Will be called XXS with the RP only onto one though. A lot of chances there's Miracle actually on the backlines already with the BKB trying to bring down OP. In fact, with they do they can. They'll take it down. It's someone with the Stone Gaze forcing IG to back. They've actually caught XXS on the sidelines as well. He'll use himself up. Burning to try and get them off XXS, and they will. He'll allow XXS to blink out. Miracle gets bursted, will buy back. OP to zap down the bird.
I think a good time to Tinker buyback there. You know this is like the fight where you're taking back. Your opponent's going to have to buy back. Tinker, they've just used their ultimate, so it's less about like using your buyback to force a rack, but more about knowing that you can buy those big ultimates down and then together bring it down.
Down, jumps forward again for round 2 and brings down mind control. My back on the axe. IG, melee racks, Burning stick around for the bonus. Well.
Stick around in this game and Things can turn with one good fight. Just picking up an item or two.
Is there any axe that could... That is what he's going for now. Who can he give this to then?
My master.
GH on the
Yeah, I'm thinking
It's
Jace
either
as well.
that or I mean, the Phoenix save is kind of nice because you can put a teammate in the egg and keep the line.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
one of the two.
Yeah, what GH kind of good spells. It's going to be very nice for high ground effect.
Magnus has struggled to kind of cover his RP, but I think more testament to GH and how on point he has been with timing of his RP skills.
If he gets if he gets given the Aghanim power, certainly Medusa got damage. You know what I mean with that aura.
Bad option.
Having that burning tower. Still has that Aegis.
Will get him back up so we can hear that he takes a big chunk of damage. Sit around, wait for that regen to kick in, and then pelt away on this tier 3 tower once again. There is a glitch to protect it, but got to engage.
Burning away. Careful how close they get. They know that that Magnus is good for an RP potential. Will want to turn before. Half for IG.
A full minute left on the Aegis, so they will continue the tower. Again, one of these be careful with that buyback there.
Back on the burning.
Radiant's
Try and get it off, but
Zero miracle.
does get skewered back. Stuns himself. OP. Throws down the rearm, ready for round 2. Bringing it down by Microphone. Comes in though to protect Miracle. With the cool onto Tinker. They'll bring down OP, and of course, this is a man that's going to be dead for a long time. As buyback almost certainly still on cooldown from that engagement down on the bottom lane earlier. He's out for a full second. And IG forced back, so that's only going to be 90 seconds. IG unlikely try and make a high happen. Map slow does open back up for Aghanim's house. Just a few hundred away from point.
invisibility.
That from this box farm and goes. Pause. It's unlikely to be active.
Surely it goes Rubik. And with GH, playing like
That's
but that man's
you do it based on
absolutely. You know how well the teammates play.
Illusion!
Hugging Kuro.
Or is it? Is it Takuro?
Dire's middle tower
The
is
boss,
under
you know what I
attack.
mean? You gotta please the boss.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Get that Medusa or Alchemist in the egg and save
True.
their life. It's definitely a game-winning kind of similarly a Rubik with an egg.
It can be a game yes,
Yes.
Dire's
so we'll
middle
see which
tower
way it goes
has
around
been
here.
denied.
With that sentence, try and find some oh my goodness, there's the up, but G8! This man, give that man an ag, comes in with the stolen RP, out they come with the Supernova, but there's the second RP again from XXS into the three-man light truck, but they brought down Bernie. Liquid are somehow doing okay in this fight, and I've got to say, it's this G8. He's getting more RPs than this Magnus has this
They
game,
lost
but it looks
Outgo.
like it doesn't
Repeat.
matter, yeah.
Staggered
OP
five.
just cleaning up as he comes forward. Mind Control isn't going to be able to hit the
Missed
call.
the call.
They'll get Matuma man out. DH looking to try and escape. There's going to be the jump forward. It's low on mana. If he had a bit of it, he would have turned around and gone for the kill. Oh, Mind Control's actually come in and actually gets the dunk down onto the Magnus. So Mind Control sacrificed himself there to bring down XXS. And again, when Liquid are kind of behind, well, I say kind of, they are, you know, two sets of racks down. Kill trades like that work out because you've got the buyback. Magnus hasn't for 60. Again, you're creating more time where IG are going to be unable to close the game out.
It's like a time for Medusa kind of game. Like at this point, Alka's there, he's six slotted, he's not getting any more farm, but Medusa's the one that needs to get.
I mean, we saw pretty much three kind of flashy RPs. The first one there from XXS, catch 3, but EA's just straight in. to hold them back.
Over with it. They actually managed to have the damage to kill off Burning. That was impressive.
Then again,
Moment
we'll have this policy. Liquid is able to out long enough to get trades in return. OP, of course, still burst damage there.
Still concerned, like, what's the long-term goal? Like, where are you headed with this? You look at IG, they've got a refresh on Magnus, so their late game is very impressive. Earth Spirit, got Saint Selena, all the support found on the dire side. But I still feel like Liquid are going to have to scale it. They're slightly come out on top of that fight, they hold on, but they took 20 seconds without Alchemist. He actually does not have buyback right now. Yeah, another Rax. Careful.
Radiant
No
structures.
Stone Gaze now. That's actually a really big problem. Losing Stone Gaze means you don't
Get Mega Dit. No really interesting mid lane that they can look after. Miracle will be back in a couple of seconds. Bringing him back, but XXS is in there with the RP. Supernova comes out. They have managed to hold TH back with the stun. If he gets in, they could clean up, and in fact, it looks like they're doing it anyway. Miracle heading forward. Facing down to there's TH again with the RP to control Burning. Oh, he also got OP in as well.
Burning's still fighting though.
I mean, Burning's turning, and this lifesteal is bringing him right back up. Miracle with the stun to hold back the Earth Spirit. Miracle going for really wants to try and find that lifestealer kill. Can he actually do it? He's got to back up his Earth Spirit, comes in for the cover. XXS will be the new target. Viewers away. Do they have detection? And I think the answer is no, not on those two. Was on the front line, so XXS get away with his life. Again, I mean, gee. Really did. He did have to buy back for that defense. RPs, I really feel the game would have been over 10 minutes if he hadn't been hitting.
So on point. Like, there's Magnus with his cast time. It's actually, if Rubik is perfect with his spell steal, it's impossible to stop him killing that RP. And every single time he's instant on it. He could try look to use Empower on himself or Shockwave after it, but always right away has it. They killed the egg. That's the first fight where I feel they've actually managed to get the egg. He got the egg with the axe inside too. That was the double kill. That was really nicely done by Q. And that was something that was kind of mentioned when the leaner pick came up by the panelists. That Soul's actually not bad at dealing with that egg. So seeing it as kind of a pseudo solution from a support hero at that. So.
Got to give credit as well to GH. Got the GH got the RP onto both Burning and 3-man boulder smash. They couldn't. So close.
Very well. Even at the end there when he kicks Burning out just to help him retreat, he's doing every little thing. Help the cause. Hero with a boulder smash, and it looks like IG.
They're a little scared.
You know those ultimates are coming back up. The team fight is back for Liquid. Machu's got Butterfly and a Blink. He can position very well for his Stone Gaze with this Blink Dagger.
He's coming back into him. Really saw him struggling at the start. You know, he was on the same net worth as his axe. Now he's doubling Mind Control. So he buckled down, kept his head in the game. And now, Butterfly and Blink, he's a big threat in these.
Against the range, the Alchemist can cause problems. Does have the MKB to deal with the Butterfly, but the item adds some help elsewhere. Problem is, the longer you stand if you're Liquid, bottom lane's going to push, top lane's going to at some point. Otherwise, that range racks at top, your tier 4 towers are going to start getting chipped away. I wouldn't even mind seeing like TP bottom, push out lane. He TP's top, he hasn't. I hear him. Push out these lanes. Kuro!
Oh.
He managed the egg? I think he went for the egg, but actually he doesn't want an egg. He's got the -20 respawn time. He respawns very quickly. Looks like he's trying to look out.
Out the chemical rays, trying to pull them away from it. In fact, he has to get bursted down low. Pots the BKB, burns from the rays though. We're going to find Mind Control charge for this. Won't catch anyone. Back into the bit.
Radiant's Roshan has undergone to the dungeon.
Give Tinker the Aegis this time. That felt like something they would have wanted to happen last time. Burning, as stinky as he is, very hard to kill, has a lot of protection from his team. Tinker, he ever gets there on top of it, Tinker, he's just dead. So giving the Aegis seems like a good way to move forward with this game. Item slot limitation. Bloodthorn at last final item. Does have the cheat. What Liquid could do if they can hold once more. Tough out. They have got some buybacks. Theirs, they won't have that GH group.
You've got Is this going to go to himself, or do you think?
Better on Medusa in some ways. Miracle more like the front line
Straight into the middle there. And managed to pull the rest of IG away from Burning though. Burning on the front line, of course, doesn't have that aegis. They get it open, he can't get it out. He's down.
They split them up so well. Isolate Burning, then they stun him up with the Stone Gaze, and able to, if he gets the G's off there, perhaps IG can salvage it, but great initiation. So that's why Miracle being that frontline tank, his job is just run at the back line and keep them busy. He's very hard to kill, and the Medusa with the rest of the support down Burning there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Careful.
What have we here?
But as you said, this absolutely makes it.
Money to burn.
Important right click carry at this point. 5 balls possible, beat up another ag. Where this one could go. We talked about GH the Rubik surfing one at this point, but maybe you give it to Medusa for stats. Medusa Nag, give her a moonshot, give her everything. It's all about the Medusa.
So I still feel for Gage though. Yeah, I know that good up agony. One day Miracle.
What do I need to do?
I mean, at the same time, it could be like, well, I get RP every time. Axe doesn't do anything for that, so it's wasted. Because he's literally just looking for the RP, so maybe that's what it is. He's not really wanting to steal anything out.
Any other...
Oh, here we go. In a lot of trouble. Pots to BKB, not in a lot of trouble.
Dire's middle tower is under
Nice
attack.
try, IG. Try again. I've got friends this time.
Is the RPs? Go for an RP there. You've got double RP, using it for... Burning was maybe far away or something. Settle down and have another go with this Aegis. They've still got 2 minutes, so it's not like they're a major time or anything. The last Mega Creeps is not game over is the other thing, but still want to make sure you get it. Makes it a lot harder. Liquid have to then prioritize defending, pushing a lot more than you definitely want to get it, but the game will still go beyond Mega. And you've got to, at some point, you have to fight them when they're.
There we go, Miracle once again. Walking the back line of the strategy was working. Now with defenses again. To get the grip and the Stone Gaze, but the RP comes through from XXS. 1 to 3. Powered Burning, starting to rip through them, but in comes the swoop from Kuroki with the Supernova. Who's gone inside here? The Spirit. And the Timmerman, he kept the Timmerman, saved it from the second RP. Forward.
Didn't get the RP. I perhaps misclicked onto the life steal because he stole his effect. And the life steal was on top of the Magnus when he went into the Blink RP, so it looked like EH for the first time in the entire game. It's like hard to like point out like, oh, he made a mistake, but it was not even a mistake. He stole an RP like 7 of 8 times.
He knows that the refresh is there. He's like, I won't steal the first one, I'll steal the second one. Here we go again, Burning straight forward. Mind control with the pull to bring him back. Bayesian just doing a lot for Burning.
Radiant's top
Live and landing to take down the range rate from the back line. Round again. I mean, I can't say they've been completely left alone on the front line. Will be taken down.
Command Slam, but that's kind of what his job has been. Keep the other 4 heroes distracted and allow the rest of Liquid to actually find kills, because Miracle like is kind of 1v. He's not expecting to get kills in those 1v3, 1v4 scenarios. He's just trying to stay alive and keep here busy. Prevent his blink from going off. His Radiance is like the key thing. Tinker can't blink in to help Burning on the front lines to help Magnus.
Come and get it!
Curry out there, jump in. Again, buyback this time.
Radiant's
Travels onto the front. The Mega's around. Towards Burning. Top can follow up. Some game against that, but IG, they're just backing away. They will get down the
Radiant's middle tower is under
Hope
attack.
for Mon. Get him, Miracle. The chase down will get for Boca. And Burning says, right, I'm out of this car. This is not going anywhere.
Local save if you need. Got that Stone activate Remnant. Called for. Actually,
Opie's actually coming on the back line, so interesting enough, and Liquid just turn and bring down the Tinker. Bit of an interesting position for Opie to find himself in, burning. Back towards Miracle. KB so he can walk off the open wounds, and now mind control comes in. Both are still there. Wolf's burning back. This as well onto Miracle, making sure that he can't come out. Stuns himself. Burning turns towards the Alchemist, trying to hold it off. Came around the man style. XXS RP's nothing. Doesn't manage to catch the.
Oh, we got the Yules though.
Oh, and he
Great play
cancels the
from
TP. They will almost certainly do the bring down Miracle, who does not have buyback. Out for 110 seconds. The rest of Liquid will get themselves back to safety. Chaos, but Timmerman was able to carry out to the secret shop. Have the MKB. Oh, Miracle.
Right there, Miracle did a nice job expecting the RP coming in, dodges it to the north, but then XSX scouts him with the Shivers to set up the Yule's cancel. So great plays from both the cores there, and now without Miracle alive, worry for good space here. They will just kind of hug the tier 4s. The nice thing is you're not worried about having to defend racks anymore. You can just stand right by your tier 4s with the Medusa right in the way.
This entry here, immediately with the corner to the Stone Gate, this could be a good opening for him to go for it. Man just moves himself up, trying to survive, just to get the skewer back onto Timmerman. Follow through boulder smash with the boat. Timmerman with his own blink, forced up to the high ground, as Liquid will keep Timmerman alive. Fine time.
Radiant's
Right
middle
time, but
tower
using the
has
Stone
fallen.
Gaze again. Now they don't really have any good defense tools for 4 towers of their own burning.
Not enough, as Liquid to start to melt. There'll be a buyback from the Timmerman. But IG,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is
no buybacks on the rest of them. The Timmerman zoned and out of the fountain is called, and IG will finally end up closing the game. We kind of expected a potential long one from the. However, was going to.
Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
League's assassin.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Monkey King.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Legion Commander!
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
I speak for the trees.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Drow Ranger.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time, 5 seconds remaining.
Spectre.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Nature's Prophet, you're doing this against a team that kind of just beat you down.
Prepare for battle.
Kind of one of the harder beatdowns we've seen that Liquid have received in a while, because Liquid have been looking hot.
With IG has been an unconventional draft. China, emerging King China, but see how these drop.
You know what I'm excited about, God? We have got the triple Arcanas. Pay to win, boys and girls. It will be confirmed if 5G take. Legion? Oh, 4-man. I can't count. There's 4 Arcanas.
Oh.
We've got the MK. We've got 4.
CM has heard?
Yeah.
CM
Spectre Arcana confirmed. It's the missing piece. If IG win this game, Valve will release it after they
30
won't.
seconds to battle.
Don't expect a Spectre Arcana. Unfortunately. But 4 Arcanas. I mean, how do you beat that?
Arcanas.
I mean, not with yeah.
We've got 0 on Liquid, so.
With the non-Arcana strap.
Gotta figure.
But yes, let's talk about this lineup from Liquid. So Drow, Nature's Prophet coming through. Look at the lanes that we've got coming out as well. Yeah.
NP mid is Wama.
The seeds of fortune. Death and good are linked.
Marty played it. You get Drow War, see. At early levels of Dragon Slate.
I mean, as you were saying as well to me, the drug played the. Does he play it more so in the safe lane or mid lane somewhere that he will take it if it feels the matchup.
Not for you.
Back at Yusuf.
Going straight in onto Miracle on the safe lane. That's going to be your first blood. And DQ picks it up there with the last touch from CM.
Already icing
Boka's now safety. Just got 18 HP. Fine, but I mean it's a scary lane. So running this aggressive with the Spectre, CM, and Monkey King. I mean, especially once they get that level 2, once that MK has the passive, it's going to be so hard for Liquid to do anything. They realize that already. Miracle straight down to the bottom. He does not want to have to deal with Monkey in his face.
I don't normally think Spectre as an aggro trialing hero. It's kind of like the opposite, right? Aggro trialing, they probably, alright, this is actually an okay hero to have against the Drow. Early level Drow doesn't hit hard, Spectre starts with a King goes okay there. So, yeah, they've made this aggro trialing work. Problem is the lane's going to be rotated, but in Drow in the cuddle.
Jumping, doesn't get the connection on. GH to run away on his old little horse up top, mind control with the harassment onto Q. Down as low as possible, won't quite be able to finish. Yeah, back out of there. I feel like I really want to be watching what bo2 does this. We saw what he was able to do in game 1 on the Earth Spirit. We know he's this amazing roamer. I feel like it's one of the strongest that to give him the Monkey King. Yeah, it could be pretty scary for them. Top lane, Burning, down learn with the follow-up stun and the Fate Bolt. They actually finish him off there. This poor man's shield isn't going to save him. Mind Control will be able to find the kill. So gets himself out of the tower. It's not quite enough to bring him down. So Spectre left alone for a little bit as the CM did back away because of that harassment. Kill.
Some things where you're trying to minimize your value from the mind.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Spectre was trying to. You can't die there. You've got to survive on that team. And get to your strike. Value of take. He's down bottom, he wants
GH is going to look for the body box. He's going to be able to find them, but the stun still connects. Mind Control comes in. There'll be a reaction from XSF. They've lost one. XXS, can he find Matsu in return? No, he can't. But the Verifier, Matsumaman's back off to the high ground. Will survive. Do get themselves the second pick of the game, but bottom lane for Boka. Around with Miracle. Has still got the tree drum. Seconds, and he can get himself back down, but Miracle's with the south. Be able to get away before he's going to get the final spring off.
Has next got point.
Oh, is he not? Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, he's got the 1 point. Yeah, he's got the 1 point. Because you get it with the tree. Come on, God. Yeah.
Come on, Monkey King. Like,
oh, I am God. Oh, I am. Bad one. Fraction of one. Mind Control again. We saw him bring down Burning on the top lane. He's come straight onto the bottom lane looking for a bit of fun. Trying to line up the stun. Will hit it. In fact, they should be able to get him down again. Mind Control this time will pay with his life. But they are certainly doing their best to control the Burning, and understandably so. We saw in game 1, Burning had absolute free farm at the start. Yeah, of course. Their eyes from game 1 was insane. So Liquid, they've changed the priorities around, and they're doing their best to stop the safe.
Kind of crazy. It started off as IG, sent Vector, shut down the Drow, but like once first couple minutes by, then it turned okay, so he sent his Vector to find a farm. Now it's proven quite difficult.
Double damage. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There it goes.
That Mind Control. Go in. Have to be a little careful because you'll land that gold staff is there.
It's already justified itself, and that's pseudo like they're invisible. Trying to block that.
Mind Control comes in, cuts the tree down, holds the Monkey King back for a little bit. So back off to safety.
Top lane. Bob, get ready. Tina, yes, Nature's Light, the Knight, Talisman. Now we see the Nature. What's happening?
This one, Superman is going to play around with it. Summons in the Nature's Wrath. The bounce is there, straight through the head of the CM. Rips her down, same time bottom lane, mind control with the opening onto bo2. Takes down one, Burning will find GH in return. 5. Bottom.
Keep this now.
That is Rosie coming around from the side. Excess will be punished for his green.
Cruel is the ultimate
Free
Magus.
for Liquid, already looking to much better start than game.
The seeds of fortune.
It's that ultimate. Top.
The monkey goes straight onto GH with the Primal Spring. He's got to be careful. We'll take the kill on the way out.
One creep on the tower, but the aggro it. And not worth it at all. The IG mid left. Down bottom.
Dick charges, turns around with a quick stun. Enough to keep him alive. Mind control backs away.
Tony can do with him.
Oh, look at this again. Monkey King strikes again. Finds the Timberman. Doesn't look like it is. He jumps out the trees. They know where he is, but it's anything they can do. But Timberman's out of mana.
This'll come
No
in
way that
handy.
he can hunt
This'll come in handy.
Sprout. Get himself out. Kill doesn't occur.
Grow at top, the nature
Dire's middle tower
very
is under
easy to
attack.
pick up. Vector. That'll fairly soon.
Oh, hey, you want that ring right out there, but OP says, I want your life. Life strike array into the
A grave.
I'd say it can't be.
up. Gets himself with the high ground. Doesn't matter the kill. Time mind control. Turned up with the wraparound. Both will be punished. Get a bit more space
Dire's
down on the
middle
bottom.
tower has been
Fighting a
denied.
lot of brawling. Coming out on top with the better trade. So man, his early game fighting out of phase. Oh, rubs it look like this time's been made a lot cheaper and this is cost effective.
Warriors of the wood. That should help.
Go for. Looks like GH, yeah. Going into their own jungle. GH was trying to stay down and harass back the CM. The Burning's there.
This'll come in handy.
Kill
Radiant's bottom tower
the
is
idea
under
with
attack.
the idea with the possible, then go farm while it's on. Let's even start accumulating those urge charges with some extra damage output for gank.
Regeneration.
Tried to get the block off there with the Stroud. Okay. Jumping onto the Timberman. Milk is there as well. Holds them back with the stun. Tries to get onto the tree. In fact, turns into the tree. Oh, he's been done! No, the Timberman walks around. He can't see him to right-click him. They lose the Nature's Prophet. IG.
I don't know how much that mattered. Like, I'm not a Monkey King player. I can't really say what.
I mean,
Dire's top
basically,
tower is under
Get the
attack.
hell
I
out
think
of
he did because the man was kind of clicking. He was trying to get around.
Dire's
lost that.
structures
And
are
because he didn't click on
fortified.
it, it's over it. His hero was trying to walk past it, and it was like, hang on, there shouldn't be a tree here. And then the Monkey King's like, I'm not a tree. I'm a killer bee. IG
Dire's top tower is under attack.
as well.
So much fun when you see new heroes.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's adding a nice little flavor.
Radiant structures
fun
are
for me.
fortified.
Fun for us.
Fun when the DH starts playing it. All the people who play Ricky and Bounty Hunter, like MNT, sure, are so happy to have them go. Just like another alternative roaming hero.
Oh, I want to see the Jarrett.
I feel like
That's one of the.
first one to play in competitive.
That was MNT.
Oh, that was
MNT
MNT,
was
right.
that was an elimination.
A hero that could suit him very well. Seeing it here with players like Bomoke.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly the same kind of player. phase boots up.
Uproot and aftermath.
I'll find an opening on text.
Horns up too. That's great. You can be very strong.
They could look. They're looking to hold it. They got.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Golden wheel
Defend this one. It's out of mana.
Top lane's going to target. Miracle have been surrounded. Go.
I own this job.
Wow.
Charges 2 for burning sleep. For ganking to heal himself all the time. Liquid, do you want to keep applying pressure? Because that was Monkey King down. That's like
The seeds of fortune.
Radiant's
Try and push
middle tower is under attack.
Takes him. Got this very game nature. Drums. Drow is hit fairly early game. Like this is.
Look at the build from the team. Guess it's going to
Maelstrom's good. Theoretically, go back for a Midas.
Dire's middle tower is under
Maelstrom.
attack.
Back. Dagger for Smek. Okay, but that's where Spectre Horn.
With the light strike into the burst down mind control, jumping across. They've got the vision on the Tumor Man. Do they have the stun? They don't have anything available. As the Sprout as well blocked XSF, getting in range. The Tumor Man gets out. 1-2 for 1, but they are losing breath.
Burning is still favor like IG. It's during their
Radiant's
downtime. Like, they're
bottom
meant to
tower
be
is
have
under
more faith,
attack.
but they managed to very similar to game 1 where Burning was the life stealer. He just baits Burning. Ready through the equipment. Go for him. He counter initiates so well to get into the position for the stun. I feel like a lot of players there just instantly stun, try and save their carry, but he's like, no, I'm going to make sure we get a good stun.
King's gratitude is worth more than gold.
Burning dies. He was like that anyway. Great little play. Yeah.
Cross there. Chase down. Gone. Dagger money is. Alpha Tumor. With that blink dagger. Having the spectre.
Regeneration!
Spam out their spells. This is really nice for Spectre. Another dagger to perhaps farm faster. But and nice hold down bottom with this.
This'll come in handy.
Well, they're going to get the chance for an opening here with Telekinesis, dragging XXS back. They've got the damage from Miracle and the Nature Trap.
Feel nature's wrath.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
What will come in is going to be the attempt for the turnaround. They've already lost OP with bo2 coming out with the ultimate mind control, trying to get himself out of range of the tower. Under the cover of Vendetta survives. bo2's hot on the chase though from the Tumor Man. Has the Sprout, traps the Monkey. Monkey jumps out. Chase down with Tumor Man. XXS comes across with the dual mind control, with the stun. Might be by the time to mean that the duel itself won't count, but Tumor Man tries for the Sprout TP. But it's not going to happen with Q and the ultimate. Still alive for the nation.
Very well. He's very active with the map. Broke around yeah, but you'll find another kill.
Lanes are
They have an escape plan.
Catch him, he can indeed. Straight away stun off the attempt to TP out from Miracle. Here comes the deep. Baboka with those slaps. He's trying to give it to Burning though. Burning says, I want this kill. The bo2 says, go on, take it. Take it. Burning finally picks up.
It's definitely worth giving. Trying to get that fast radiance. Often early game, you're like, you don't care if you're what stage of the game where Spectre hasn't found whatever kills you. It's a guarantee. You definitely don't up for grabs if there's a chance that the draft. Whatever gold he can get.
Illusion!
Want to kill this monkey, and they've found.
Dyer's
Already
bottom
escaped from
tower
this
is
one.
under
That was
attack.
With your father.
Hold on a minute.
That should help.
Always the one orchestrating the fight.
Are you?
Watching for the Midas pick up.
One of them crossed towards the mid lane here.
Radiant's middle tower
Got to bring
is
him down
under
low.
attack.
Lift.
They have got the Horn line soon. They haven't been the ones getting the jump. It feels like they're often getting the jump on them, and that's where they want to smoke up with the Legion. Put a kind of position very well, almost expecting this. The heroes to jump mid.
They really are, but XX is go straight to the top. Notice there's Heroes there as well. So drop down the ultimate. Three of them at the moment are liquid caught in. MGH trying to walk his way out of it. Attempts the blinding light. Broker out of the ultimate, but it doesn't happen. They've already lost two. XXX trying to finish your miracle with the help of Burning. They're going to do it. IG pick up another. Now with the change down onto the Matuma Man. XXS's question coming in for him, but doesn't need to. As Q there with the ultimate brings down Matuma Man and Burning. He's not done yet. They've found four. They're looking for the full 5-man. Jump for XXX. They're bringing Kuroki down low. The dagger comes in and Burning will pick up the fifth as Liquid get team wiped by IG. As IG just did that absolutely. Check yourself. Liquid were there. It's not like Liquid knew that something was going to happen, but there was just no hesitation. As soon as that smoke was dispelled on the low ground, he just blinked straight up to the high ground and went for the immediate.
Coddle even got the 4-star
Just look at
as he dueled. Speed here again. Very fast reaction from
and look,
both
the smoke's
GH.
gone, bam, XXS is up, and he gets the duel immediately.
GH was also like, bam, 4-star out. If he doesn't get dueled there, he can use spells like Blinding Light, which could have been very effective. He gets stopped there, but the damage is already done. Look at the health on Liquid. Hero is already down to critical health. He needs the Blinding Light immediately, and as well as spells like Illuminate. Illuminate is maxed out. That's a hell of a lot of AoE damage in this fight, which you try and burst down heroes like King. And unless they focus Monkey King there, the way that fight's set up around the Wukong's command, there's like 4 heroes inside of it. There's no way you can fight inside of that spell. You've got to burst Monkey King. Very scary now as Bloodstone complete. Countless and spawn. Near future.
I like that as well. You can like straight up where XXS.
Was at like 2.k gold, I feel like, before that fight happened. Up and then fight, you farm, and suddenly 1,500 gold gain for Spec entirely from the fight. The events that followed as well. Kill a Lena faster.
Confirmation there. XXS jumps across, has the heal onto Lena, isn't enough, but the follow through stun onto XXS. Now look to try and take down another, but the Blade Mail's there. The command is trying to man up against it. He's diving deep on the pack lines though. Here comes the ultimate from Monkey King, boys and girls. They're surrounding Miracle, bring him down. The stun from Mind Control nearly kills the Lena off, but OP.
He's third life, he's alive again.
Oh my goodness, what was this reason?
It's actually absurd.
How long is he dead for?
He had 3 lives and was dead for a total of 1 second.
And the respawn.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, you get a 10 or 15.
Minus
10,
30.
Spray.
Burning, just picking them up at the back with the dagger onto Kuro.
That was
He had the dagger.
follows him across.
Oh, dagger on the.
Yeah, the Luna respawn time is pretty. Bloodstone charge fast. Like you get ganked there, and that's the perfect time to have it. Like you get 3 full-man gank through 5. It wasn't like a convincing fight. Lena actually died a second time. Luckily, side, so it wasn't gold going with. Lina died twice, giving up a big amount of gold. Bad, but got okay, and we'll chew through like instantly down to 6 blood. I mean, this is like you're very squishy. If you ever get jumped, you die. Blood, so it's one of the heroes where you actually kind of end up just sounds like a swap. Because of the respawn time, you're looking stuck back in. And
very, very.
This will do nicely.
bo2 rising up above Miracle. Miracle. Focused on keeping behind. Games. Drow. Let's keep it alive. Let's get Liquid. Liquid finally opening onto the bo2.
Get together, Wukong.
The back lines are buyback
Radiant's
for both. They really want to go ahead because the Radiance is picked up. This is the time. They want to find something big here. But both has got the ultimate. Straight in with the 3-man stun. They've got the lockdown on the jewel. With the Nation Prophet being taken out. Out comes the Wukong's command. Burning. He's picked up another and Liquid hot on the retreat.
Horns in a couple of seconds to maybe find some more.
It's going to be so.
Radiant's bottom
Here
tower
out
is
comes
under
the Horn
attack.
Miracle. He doesn't even bother trying to fly up. He knows that he's gone. Third.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They knew that Burning had. They wanted to go. Perfect time. Liquid. Not back. Losing the. Well.
State of the game you want to be at. It's kind of been fairly even. With like gold to some extent, but even
Dire's
when you're
middle
playing a
tower
Drow
has
strat against
fallen.
the Spectre, like this Drow Nature's Prophet is very kind of early game, mid game centric, kind of the opposite of what they their last game was like, well, let's play the late game with Alchemist. Time around it's the opposite of it. Alright? Go all in with the early mid game and have this super aggressive ganking lineup with the Nyx Assassin while we can also push and hit very hard early on. Drow Aura, but kind of backfired and Spectre's managed to get a bit good Radiance time without even having to go. Spectre had to go guard or some kind of survivability item. You'd be like, well, she's not farming that fast. Radiance, good. Top of network. Will only farm faster, and every kind of subsequent item he gets from here, bigger and bigger problem for Drow.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big aggressive assassin in the
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Money to burn.
Late mail now as well. Fantastic item against you. Drow Ranger Nature probably is
Dire's
right
top
click
tower
you down.
is under
When you're
attack.
being kited by like a Drow Frost Arrow, you pop your blade mount and yes, and that's where you're nice.
Oh, OP just walks in with the immediate Laguna Blade onto Kuroki. There'll be the jewel onto the Nyx Assassin as Liquid get punished heavily. Moving in, not expect OP to turn up with that Shadow Blade and
Three-man gang with an empty teleport onto Burning. If it was, they get the Carapace, Vendetta, Impale, they theoretically can kill him easily. You're very deep with that. It's like Monkey King, Legion, very quickly daggers with flying around. Response was there in IG. Around in their favor, Burning checks the chat page, he's all back up and he's ready to join his team. Action break.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Get back to that like maybe a second reason. We've gotten higher levels now. That's the
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
crazy to think like Lina has a level 10, 30 seconds, and there's some heroes at level
Dire's
5.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Incredibly
structures
strong
are
net.
fortified.
heroes, I mean, now being played. Not that they weren't before, but more so now. Courage because having that much.
Dire's bottom tower
I think
is
Ice Smoke
falling.
mentality when he gave like a lot of these
Radiant's top tower
have
is
such
under
potential
attack.
full counts, but then players just like, well, I play poorly, I get Bloodstone, like 0-second respawn time, and I'm as a core, this players have kind of found out how to basically use these talents in ways that they need to.
But the Lord in time, can they go for this? The rotation is incredibly early, jumping into the Timberman, getting burst down very, very low. Both with the ultimate control from the sideline. A Miracle does grab the Aegis. Liquid did get the kill, but it doesn't matter by the looks of it. They surround Miracle for the ceremonial beatdown.
You're respawning into Wukong's command and freezing field, and you have no silence. Okay.
You wish to stay dead.
Wait, can I just
There
have
should
my...
be a cancel option on the Aegis. Nope. Ripping them apart, just turning up to the...
I've got the Ags now on Colo. It feels like too little too late. They had that vision tool, Roche fight, with some early engagement to help them out a lot. Colo stay on his high ground, but they've lost 3, and IG's actually going to be making it onto the high ground. Colo sorry about this. Tower.
Very messy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Backside as well. So
Dire's
the tower
bottom
goes,
tower
Mind
has
Control will
fallen.
jump forward with the 2-man stun. Does down the center.
Dire's
Double
bottom
protecting.
barracks are under attack.
IG to bring down the next assassin. Grabs running line. Oh, trying to do his best to hold them off. IG they're not going anywhere. And the Monkey's straining on the back line with the Legion as well. Finally Miracle. As throughout as well as Mind Control. Burning turn towards the Timmerman. Ripped apart there. And it's GG. Liquid, they're not sticking around for 55 minutes this time around. They'll accept the beatdown. IG gets the incredibly Liquid. You said coming in with a few strength potential, but they just did not work out against IG. Very happy and smiles coming out. Playing against Liquid.
heroes, but Brock was expended too. Lasso just not able to. Just not able to get his lassos up. He's getting bursted down in the beginning of these engagements from the beautiful wraparounds from LFY.
Pressure that mid lane to stop their roll, but they're already inside the base going to work. No chance at all. Back here gets some arches down, but Aggressive says, I'll just go in there swinging. Quick Force will get the Morphling out for trouble. Now the Rax is down. BJ, if you have any sort of fight in you, this has got to be when you take it, because it looks like there's going to be really no hope for you. Megas are just a moment away here.
Yeah, I mean, even if they get, what, this is a 4-man bond, if they get the Hex and everything, it's just, LFY is just way too buff right now in comparison.
They're just like alternating types, too, and everything. Like, just, it's ridiculous. The March feels like nothing. Another pipe right now. Fender's like, please, slow down. Upheaval.
Yeah, LFY is like, okay, they are going to just turtle that one, so let's just go back and farm a bit more. I mean, they've got more than the resources that they need. Well, now it's just about how they approach it. Everyone's approaching that, like, what, 4 or 5 slot items. Jishing's got Heart, Bounty Hunter's got Guarding Grease Vlads. Everyone's just pretty happy with what.
Right,
wait for next rush. Yeah. Sure, why not? Safest play possible.
I guess some credit there to VGJ, or Aggressive kind of making up for that wild use chase to stall it out a bit so they can have this next chance, but as they try to go for it here, Aggressive in a bit of trouble, forced to pipe the Rage. He's back inside though. I guess they figured that LFI were probably going to be back for that Roche, but still here.
Yeah, now look at that. VG just can't push their lanes out. I know both other 2 lanes are pushing in from the Rax, and then they're just going to push out the bottom with do a Tinker, and this gives LFY the potential to sit around the Roche.
Back. Yeah.
My waters rise.
And he's got it finished up. It's coming out on the courier. So Super now Lina with a Hex. And what did he take for his last talent on the Lina? Did take the Fiery Soul stacks up. I think that's just a much better. I mean, since he went for the damage as well. Yeah. And he's not like a support or anything. The other one's more of like a support type.
But they will help deal with this base at this point. Really looking like no outs here for VGJ. Wonderful showing here from LFY though. Now they'll be able to secure the road and try to go for the finish here. Not pressure on VGJ to try to die. They may already know it's over, but you know, it's a group stage.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, get in every lick you can.
Probably talk about a little bit of the issues that went on in the game. Like they were probably just like, yeah, we got split up way too often. You know, it just seemed like they had their vision just was much better now as a majority of these in the game.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter certainly was like one of the MVPs, if not the MVP for LFY on this one. Just gave so much intel through the game.
Yeah, him and Jishing, honestly, the Slaughter and the Bounty Hunter, like very plays. Just not only just reading the movements of the map, but the setups as well. It's just very good to say. Swap coming out, and they get aggressive.
And
down.
Of all the people to get, they get the best one you could ask for. Aggressive is gone, no buyback for him. They shut the chaotic offering, but I really don't think there's going to be much hope to follow it here. BJ now scrambling to be able to make it back now, knowing that their core DPS cannot be there for them. It looks like focus on the objective at hand for LI. Securing the Megas is the most important.
Closing the game out. Yeah.
Closing the game out with a 1-1 series to start your day. I mean, you know, why I haven't said it enough. A team that was probably looked at as one of the underdogs, especially from one of the Chinese teams. They're going against BGJ, or considered another Chinese team. You got to take it. Nobody going to be eliminated, of course, from the group stage, but for better seeding's sake, it's a good start for LFY.
Lina winning both games. Let's go, Lina.
Yeah, it was. I've really.
EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Beastmaster.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Slog.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Shadow Fiend.
Well, you heard it from the man. The man, he would know. Day
Prepare
one,
for
can
battle.
they step up and remove? Against Team NP. Capitalist.
Very much, Paul, and the panel. Oh, you're still there. Hello. Hello and welcome, everybody. We're here, EG versus NP. I'm Lyrical, as well as Cap. Cap, how you doing? How you feeling about the draft? You excited to get in?
I really agree with what our panel said. I liked NP's draft quite a bit. I think they set this up very nicely. I like the Beastmaster on NP. The thing is that NP, they bring a certain kind of play style. And it's much slower than most of the other teams. You're talking about a region that they're the great May, right? So it's a special kind of style, and I'm just not sure if EG, I think in many ways they were forced to go to, but I don't know if the Slark was a good idea for them, because I see NP winning the laning phase here, being able to transition this well, and just having a really strong like 30-minute. I think they're just going to ball into EG pretty quickly, and I'm not sure if this Slark is going to be
30 seconds
Well,
to battle.
I'm really excited to see how it goes as well. You mentioned the MSS Beastmaster, one of his most played heroes, and throughout the qualifiers, I think that it was their role, and it feels like it can still play the split pushing style with this guy and go for a lot of pickoffs, which it feels like with the Lifestealer and Fest Bombs, that's going to be relevant. But he also gives you that vision that they're talking about. I think that a big thing to watch out for is just how well these globals come out, as it looks like there's going to be a contest for the MSS. Scare him away. Up here in this top side, are they going to aggro this out, you think?
I think it's the best idea for them at this point because they have this lifestealer early pickup against this car. It's a laning phase counter, not necessarily an all-around game counter because open wounds obviously is and stuff like that, but in just the laning phase, Centaur is a lot weaker. He has this lifestealer kind of chase that here. So they do want to do an aggro duel, depending on what SVG is up to. SVG is usually your eye on. NP is very greedy, and it all comes together when SVG is able to make all.
And this is amazing already here at the start. Zoning out Sumail, he got the ward for himself as well. This is going to ensure that Eternal Envy has a good start to this game at least. You certainly need it, particularly on the Shadow Fiend Exort build. But yeah, it should end up being a fairly even matchup. Do you think that there's any potential if you have that Earth Spirit roaming into this game now?
Absolutely. I think there could be kill potential on the SF. He's a rather hero to ganks, but this is where the aggro duel and aggro tri-lane comes sense, right? Is that they're going to make sure these supports can't roam in. So NG's job is first, make sure that SF is able to get his initial amount of souls so he has no problem CS. And then next is going to be locking down those supports in top lane to ensure that it remains a 1v1 on both the mid and safe lane. This is how NP plans to win potentially all 3 lanes.
You're able to respond to this. So far, the Invoker pretty far behind, but he will be able to catch up as time goes on. Arteezy, meanwhile, up here on the top on his Slark, been able to not CS super effectively either against MSS, but with the rotations that are coming in soon, like can they find any kill potential up in this top lane, or is it just try and secure whatever farm you can?
I think it's more about pulling for EG and getting the extra experience at their level 2 and preventing NP from being too aggressive on this Clark. This is what the Silencers spamming out that arcane first and burning through the MSS already has
mid again. We're just keeping our eyes on this one because these early heroes that are very momentum based, particularly the Shadow Fiend. Eternal Envy able to push Sumail back up onto his hill here. Going to throw out a couple raises to boot. He's having a great time in this lane.
Yeah, he really is.
Oh my god, is this... Oh, no mana for that third.
He just 4 mana short, even threatening that south. Sumail, I'm sure Sumail is going to feel like a little bit pressured by this, and he's not going to lose it, but I think he is one of those players where if you challenge him in the laning phase, he's going to bite back real hard. So Envy's got to be careful not to overextend himself and let himself potentially odd out by a rapid rotation. That would be the utmost danger. Laning phase, you got too aggressive.
Envy already off to a good start, but they are going to roam into this now. The crush is going to be their one raise. Will they have enough to bring him down? No, the right clicks, they do get the first blood. Eternal Envy, with a little bit of help from SVG, takes down Sumail.
Yeah, great stuff. SVG making the right time for that rotation. Unfortunately, Evil Genius, they do have defensive support that should see a lot of these rotations. Aggro triumph. Right, that's did get caught out by Bill. He is, as he pretty much always does for him, has this consistent all of NP.
Oh, the bottom lane. We haven't had a ton of chance to talk about it as of yet, but Lifestealer off to a good start, as you mentioned, against that Centaur. Is this something where you need to just try and get up that level 6 as quick as possible? Is there any chance that, have MSS in a little bit more here? It's going to roll in, slow down. The Arcane Curse continuing to get the slow, but there's Dazzle to top him off and should be able to.
Dazzle is such a great aggro duel. Able to push out the wave and then pull from the hard camp, giving you
it's all the same to me.
Also able to provide you that extra amount of nail caught again.
Maybe in some. They turn for the cold snap. The Sunstreak is not quite going to be on the mark, but they're going to jump with right as well. Sumail is already dead, though.
Nothing is real.
Buddha's back of that. This is really great start for NP.
TP out from that top lane by MSS as he gets a bit low from the pounce. So they don't even take advantage of the fact that support was mid. You know, the support showed on mid. They immediately try and do something up at their top lane, but they NP is just kind of running away with the laning phase. But it's not all doom and gloom for Evil Genius. Some of this is expected. For First is going to be a bit down in the end against the Lifestealer, but Centaur is an offlaner who always farms. He takes advantage of the farm that you give. So while the 1v1 is favorable for N, it's also not terrible for you yourself, right? Be able to get that, get those higher solo levels, and V1 does allow him to do that, even at the cost of a.
Also, thinking forward to when you get that level 6 up on Silencer and you have that incredibly strong initiation of just blink in, get the hoof stomp, drop global, kill everybody to death. It feels like that's still something that they're able to fall back upon once they get that initial farm up and on. But meanwhile, Universe is smoked up. They're getting ready to try something here, but Envy very, very cautious on the other side, and SVG there to be the combo breaker. Well, can they actually make this happen? Rolling Boulder in gets broken, and SVG just going to be able to walk out of that. So really heads-up play by SVG to come in, and now maybe they can even take down Crit. He needs to be a little careful getting body blocked in, the stun. They are going to be able to find that crush, and there's the heal bomb to take him down. 3-0 start for NP. They're looking fabulous.
NP look really sick. I mean, you saw the way they knew this rotation was coming, right? And it's an unusual one to move the Centaur out of lane before you have the level 6, but Lifestealer immediately pinged, hey, the Centaur's gone. They're probably making a rotation. He plays the hard left-hand side of this camp to make sure that he's not going to be caught out as they wrap around the trees. SVG moves in a way to be able to break potential. I think in many ways he was just lucky that he had to also be blocking the boulder like that, but that's just strong positioning combined with right time, right opportunity that manages to get third kill in the game before Evil Geniuses pick up their own.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it's a bit of luck, but it's also there with the skill and the recognition. Could be something happening. So mixture of being prepared and just really good stuff so far from NP. For EG, are they that worried about this really bad start? Do you think that this is a team that has the potential to catch back up as the game goes on?
I mean, Evil Geniuses, I think, has always been it. But it is going to be difficult initiation.
This is a good way to make it happen, though. You can find a kill here onto Envy, and this is so great for them. Although it does look like they end up sharing.
That is, I mean, that's just the hard part about an Earth Spirit. You can see these rotations, you can put mid wards up all you want, but the initiation range of an Earth is so long that he can just approach straight through the lane and catch you off that way. So you know, Envy might have been a little bit far forward, but I don't really think it was kind of inevitable that Earth Spirit was blind and open that against your. What I do think is that Evil Geniuses are going to have to rely heavily on. But NP with this laning, I think they're really going to get a lot of opportunity. Probably just grew up quite a bit. If you watch NP play a very unique defensive play, that's going to be hard for Evil.
Is just sitting up here as well, hanging out and time, and he has been able to farm for himself. He's third in net worth right now. Hasn't been killed at all, 49 CS, and this is again one of those heroes that can take off in a strong fashion if you are able to find a couple of those first couple picks. Do you imagine it's the type of Shadow Blade game? Is that pretty much?
I think he will have to pick up the Shadow Blade because through some of these here, we'll have the opportunity to get pickoffs. Beastmaster is going to be one of the left out in the side. Wow. I was about to say, if he hits the Sunstrike there, he'd be pretty low, but Envy did have the haste rune.
Not wanting to drop a Sunstrike, then not a. Heading back towards. Farming up a little bit more, and there's a stun coming out from SV. Well, you talk about that initial group up that you might end up seeing. Do you feel like the onus is on either team to really get stuff done earlier? Like Stampede can that mitigating factor where you can get in up close when you otherwise wouldn't be.
I think some of the early game, 5 to 10 minutes, it's more on Evil to be able to make openings, them to be able to find pickoffs on the SF or the Beastmaster, slow down some of their mid game, because you don't want to let a Beastmaster farm up into negative one to have his blink. That's going to be too rough, especially for your Lark. RTZ also is going to have to make some moves, some aggressive moves around. Get some of those pickoffs that you alluded to. Very much ball off of picking. But the problem is, you could see NP are playing plays off the offlane camp. You have your supports, especially your actually hovering around mid or offlane, and no one really. It's a life stealer. Like, what happens if you don't hit that silencer fast enough, right? On the Earth Spirit. What if you don't hit that cake in time? Rages before. Just a wasted. So, NP feel pretty confident about being able to whatever E.
Setting up right now for
Radiant's
trying to get
middle
something
tower
more
is
than
under
just
attack.
reactive on deck for themselves. They have to wait for that backpack timer to kick in, but we ready to jump inside somebody and possibly hop out, find a kill here onto Zap. It would have been great for them to get the Slark, but he is very cautious right now in his movement. Back behind the tower.
No.
Yeah, this is a pretty classic rotation. That's why a lot of these safe
Dire's
capable
middle
of
tower
jungling will
is under
abandon their
attack.
lane. Pretty much always by 10 minutes. Don't want to be caught up by rotation.
They're on to him, but maybe even going to be able to turn this back around. They're on to Zai instead. Suntrade comes down, and they are able to kill up MSS, but they're able to find Zai in return. That was going to be a TP out, so nothing else lost in that case.
Look at bottom. Smoke Gank might be able to catch out SVG.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Still very close to that Blink Dagger as well. Crit going to run in, get the silence off, have the hooks off, double-edge to follow, Sunstrike find a kill. Pick up there for you.
Yeah, this is great because they
Dire's
know
top
there was
tower is under
significant
attack.
rotations. At the very least, the Lifestealer team know there's not going to be any heroes, any backup at bottom lane. They just want that free kill. It'll slow down the Blink Dagger project Slardar, and it'll also get the Blink Dagger up. This is where the timing, where
Dire's
Evil
structures
Geniuses
are
play a
fortified.
lot more aggressive and in
Dire's
their
top
pickoff
tower
fight.
is under attack.
Not sure if they can really go towards where
Radiant's
the
bottom
Lifestealer
tower
is,
is
but
under
the
attack.
Beastmaster and SF, like, #1.
Dire's
Rotate,
top
find him in
tower
the jump,
has
pick him
fallen.
off, especially since
Right now, MSS, he's been smoked up for a little while and might run by his shrine, though. A couple of seconds earlier, that might have been a kill. Now it's looking less and less likely. They are still pressuring along this top lane, though, side of NP. And if they wanted to, they could apply a little bit of pressure up there. They're going to have to come back at some point. Bottom lane is starting to get taken down by...
yeah, Universe, he starts
Dire's
running down there, but he
top tower
realizes
is under
and
attack.
here they're
Radiant's
completely
bottom
abandoning that
tower is
bottom
under
lane.
attack.
Top. And this is the power of the beast. Early pushing power, if let alone. Evil Geniuses don't really have too many tools to deal with this.
God, they're getting ready to go in, though. And Crit, he is going to try and go for the kill. SVG already dead at the very start of this one. Rolling forward. They also have the blink forward. Universe going to be able to take down 1437.
Radiant's
So
bottom
just like
tower
that, the
is
push
under
is stopped
attack.
and distracted. But they did a good damage to that tier 2.
Envy makes the right play off of that, seeing heroes rotate up to top lane, makes sure to protect safe lane tower, and make sure RTZ doesn't get harm while they also... But I think that really was just a little bit sloppy there. I think they got ahead of themselves and kind of felt like, oh, we're actually going to be able to take this tier 2. They're not going to... They spread out a bit too much. The Slardar got picked up.
And now they're on top of the Shadow Fiend, so Envy going to drop in this bottom lane. Very good early on for NP, and a couple of minutes been a little bit shaky. We always knew that this is something that could happen.
This is the danger of allowing Evil... Them initially winning that top fight allows them to set up an opportunity bottom, and when you run around the map, like, it's so much worse now since the change to the T.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So you got to be really careful
Dire's
about
top
where you
tower
TP
is under
out.
attack.
Safe lane SF and out there. He's isolated. You got to make sure that your allies do have the TP.
Offlaners.
Radiant
MSS is
structures
smoked
are
up, ready to make
fortified.
something happen with the
Radiant's
Slardar as
bottom
they
tower
get
is under
themselves into
attack.
position down here bottom and trying to run into crit. They are going to commit the roar and the stomp same time. Double stun for double kill. Not able to get in on the action, but they're ready to push again.
I think Crit's pretty happy with that. Like, he tanked a smoke gank. He made sure that RTZ was able to dodge that and get up fine. He's going to have his Shadow Blade. So that's actually
Dire's
not
bottom tower is under attack.
or Evil Genius. NP, though, since they've made this kind of rotation, they got the pick off they wanted.
Dire structures
Make
are
the
fortified.
most out of it by pushing down the tower immediate, but it doesn't look like Evil Geniuses are going to tank this off-lane tower.
I like this movement, though.
Dire's
You look at it,
bottom
you've got
tower
MSS, who's got his
under
2 points up
Dire's
right now
bottom
into
tower has fallen.
passive,
For me.
getting that increased hack speed, able to kind of move around with impunity. There is some split push potential that you have to deal with, but it's not as if Slark is going to be barreling down towers and taking them.
Certainly not, right? That's not a big...
A soldier's fortune.
For the most part, pretty confident about them. I think they want to protect their mid, where you could much control Slark. Slark and his Shadow Blade, he's really reliant on people. Some of these outer towers are very
closer now. The Slard R2 hit dagger, still a little ways away, and he also picking himself, seeing if he can pick off, but nobody's farming over on this side of the map. What do you feel like the next couple of minutes look like for each? Oh, well, there's going to be a pick off there as Slarders gets down.
well.
Right before his
I think that's step number one. They need to make sure that Blink Dagger doesn't happen first. Once they have that vehicle, a lot scarier. Heroes like the
Dire's
Slark.
bottom
Slark
tower is
is
under
not going to be
attack.
as comfortable split pushing because, you know, a lot of times he just doesn't want to sit there right-clicking creeps. He wants to dark pack. If he's using right, it means acceptable to rush. So they need to try and slow that down as much as possible. And if they finish that Blink Dagger, they use that to smoke up with a life stealer and go for some sort of gank while the other map. They get that successful gank and train that into. So most of the time you're going to be looking at one tower.
Dire's middle tower
potentially
is under attack.
Picked up the ED here as well for Envy, so this is a really great timing. They are all grouped up now, thinking about going in to make something happen. They're going to throw in one stone at the very least, but Roche just died in a second, and
Radiant's
now
bottom
you're
tower
looking
is
at an
under
Aegis
attack.
here on Envy. They've got that first Necro bug up and online. I'm struggling to see how EG deal with this push.
Oh, I don't think they really can. I mean, they
Dire's
do
middle
not
tower
have global
is under
top.
attack.
Definitely don't
Dire's
want to fight
middle
right now.
tower
They gotta
has
just
fallen.
give up their tier 2, I'm pretty sure. Unless they find the right kind of opening. You know, Universe sees an opportunity. Stomp. Unless that happens, there's no sense.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Have a courier coming in right now. Have a Blink Dagger on it, and now this is a little bit timing here. They're going to get the stun on the one Life Stealer. Sunstrike to follow. They're trying to drop it up to get the break off at the last second, and just going to be able to armlet toggle away from this one. Has the weave, the very clear retreat together as a team. NP, easy Dota.
A little bit, right? And you invested inside the SF, maybe afraid of second Sunstrike. Keep it out there somewhere, or maybe the Slark comes in, bursts him down. Does mean Vest is on cooldown for another. It's not too bad though. NP still want to try and keep up the tempo though. They try and take out the rest of these start controlling map. The one thing you have to make sure of though is you start pressuring into not let the split push you much, as well as the invoke. What these heroes want to do is they split push you a whole bunch, so then you naturally have to break apart in order to do it, and then you find your opportunity.
Still does look like this is a lineup that can punish that bending this very heavily. Likewise, NP, if they're knocking on your high ground, it doesn't matter how much you're split pushing at this point. There's still tier 2s up on each of the sidelines, and mid tier 1 is still up and online. I'm looking at this right now and seeing a lot of trouble with that Aegis there. And I mean, can NP think about threatening high ground even?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Sunstrike out, NP, he ends up dying to that one. So, not so much for that Aegis.
Yeah, and maybe Evil Geniuses are okay with taking a team fight because they still
Radiant's
have
courier
global silence.
has been killed.
As NP retreat, they have to be, and I like this, right? They're being very disciplined about their play. They're not splitting up too much and leaving opportunity or to catch them out. Oh, and they're actually setting up a great game.
This is going to be a great one. Right as Dark Pack comes down now, RTZ, oh, he gets the Shadow Dance off! Able to escape from that one, trying to get the Stampede out. A double hoof stomp. Universe look to escape from that one. Actually, with Blink Dagger, they can maybe punish this. Not sure if he needed to go in on that instance, and now he doesn't have Stampede to get away. Universe is going to fall. So a little bit of back and forth going on there, but they do get the Slark out at the very least.
Man, that was such a smart rotation, right? They backed up just enough to kind of be out of danger, right? There's no chance of EG chasing them down and catching them while they're trying to be out. But they make this very fast rotation into mid. And they were so close to getting that kill.
Yeah.
They were mid-swing on two of their heroes. But either way, right, it created the space because they got the Centaur kill after this. And then on top of that, top lane as well as mid lane were still pretty well pushed in. Evil Geniuses have of this game, and as long as they don't make any mistakes, all they have to worry about is their execution. It's going to be the next difficult part. Controlling the game is like the first obvious step of this draft.
Slippery enough already.
Get control and build up a gold lead. The next really hard part to execute Lyrical is going to be going high ground. Against Evil Geniuses, they're pretty good on their spacing when it comes. It is going to be a bit difficult and probably reliant.
A soldier's fortune.
We'll have to watch that next fight that's sure. In the meantime, we do have Slark going back for a Lincoln Spear, and this sort of is reminiscent of one of the games we cast earlier, but it feels like if they can get over this hump of the, the very strong timing you have from NP, maybe then you have UP get out of control with the Slark, with the Invoker picking up the items at levels. Feel like that's the case, or is it something where if NP break like one lane barracks, they're just going to end up being able to?
I'm pretty sure if they break one lane of barracks in the next
is under attack.
It's almost kind of over, just because you should be able to control the other half. And one lane always pushes.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But this is why Evil Geniuses get aggressive and they can't let Evil NP set the tempo. Because NP also has really good high ground.
Is under attack.
Right. The SF is quite notable as he's decently tanky and beat on that tower with high amount of physical power. Beastmaster is great at breaking towers, and so is a Lifestealer. Those pokes at the tier 3 run up, you rage, and then you back up. NP have a lot of options in that regard, so Evil Genius can't just sit back and go, well, we have high ground defense. They can't do that. NP has a really... So they gotta get opportunity. They gotta make opportunity.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some sort of pickoff.
I mean, they're going for it right now. Just pressuring up there on the high ground. How he turns, they end up going a nice little 4-step away, and they use Stampede as well to ensure the retreat. But now NP need to be a little bit careful. The Schneider to lift. Have any follow-up after the fact. It looks like EG content for the moment, since we do have Slark pushing it to the bottom lane. We'll have the there under the tier tower.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I like that EG on worrying about that tier 3.
Oh, another rage pop. That's Meatball down now.
Yeah, with Stampede down, and there's still Global Silence up, but Stampede was a pretty big ability that. So I like the fact that he used that opportunity. They can finish it up in the next 30 seconds and open up shrines. That'll be huge. It'll be worth the loss of that tier 2 bottom and potentially.
Radiant's middle tower
Makes
is under
it so
attack.
tough about the Slark too is because you can't threaten as much as other heroes, and now they're just stepping forward. Eviscerate Universe. He was gone in an instant, and now with the tier 3 going to go down, you mentioned it. There's the shrines. They're even flirting with the idea of sticking around to do some more damage to those barracks, but they do finally
Radiant's
back out
middle
now.
tower has
Man,
fallen.
really impressive display in NP, and this opens up, afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Roche is not too. The shrines are open, so they can take away this Roshan. This is all huge. I mean, again, I'm just really impressed by how disciplined they were. They gave a lot of respect to each. We knew that Centaur didn't have buyback, but they said it's not a good idea to go. If it does have buyback, we go into a bad team fight that could lose control that we have right now to have it away. So they're going to back up, just kind of control the map a little bit, and wait towards the next objective, get the second Aegis.
Time. It's really disciplined play from it. Doing all the things that none of the things that would end up putting them in a deficit. Time, are still struggling to find, I guess, pickoffs at this point. Arteezy's been able to get a lot of farm for himself, has the completed Lincoln. Speaking about going back for the Scotty, what's that item that he gets into that allows him to sort of start taking over the bit? Is it?
It's usually the Scott.
Okay.
It's usually that like third item that you pick up that finally says Scotty, but it's that third item that says I am now a decent right clicker and I'm gonna get worse. Before that, he's just totally pick-off oriented. But as you can see, Arteezy hasn't found a single kill. Might die here.
Oh my God, he gets the Dark Pact off as well as the ulti. That was very close to dying. Be able to escape from that one. So Suke doesn't end up working out.
Did you see what MSS did? Did you see that one play he did?
Oh, he tried to...
Yeah, he was looking for the roar on the neutral to see if he can get that same exact play he did against ESJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he sticking together, making sure they let any pickups happen, stick together, move towards the bottom half of the map, clear through that jungle area, see if they pick off. They didn't. They get the shrine, focus on the tier 10. They're going to probably just reset again. Set up for... is actually going to be up now, so I'm not sure how comfortable it's going to be going if each off the map. They don't really want to have an agent. But then again, I guess I'll look at EG's.
Radiant's top tower
Really
is under
bad.
attack. Dire's bottom
Another
tower
thing to
is under
mention, we
attack.
have the Blink Dagger that's been spoke with us just a couple of minutes ago. He ended up going for the tower, so he does become a little bit more of a set with 4-up and Kloss as well as maxed out Exort. But it's still sort of dependent upon their ability.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It does a good job of spending them out as well. To see pushing probably from, is there any way that they can start to take, like, what's the dream fight look like for each? Them initiating possibly the Dazzle?
It really is going to have to be a fight, because if it's actually a team fight, right, not just a pick off then advantage and then running down, it's got to be like a multiple man hoof stomp. And I think it's probably like you just try and kite the lifestealer. Got 4 staffs and a third coming in on the spirit, so they kite the lifestealer and they burst down the SF. That's your focus. But you also have the dazzle.
MSS here might get caught out. They spot him. There's the initiation that comes out. Global as well to follow. MSS is going to die. It looks like they're also able to take out the Dazzle at the start of the fight. A little bit off the mark, but still, Aoi is forced out of here. Eternal Envy trying to pop the ulti. Not doing a ton of damage off the back of this, and it looks like now EG trying to bail. They've already found 2 kills, but don't want to take this fight too much further, and they will be able to kite themselves out of this. So really great team fight execution, that one.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was kind of perfect, right? They ran into a Beastmaster that was by himself. It was all due to the fact that Evil Geniuses took like a very unique approach that fully wrapped with their smoke all the way around behind, because normally you would expect going straight on pit, in which case pop that smoke on the ground, but now EG has the opportunity to steal away the Hades.
Really great stuff here, and this would put so much of a hamper onto NP. Well, they're coming to contest it. Tornado whips up onto 1. This is so tenuous here.
Yeah. AG are doing the right play. They have to poke in NP a bunch, you know, burn through the mana with ENP, stuff like that. The opportunity there. This fight is too hard for them to take. NP, they're not making too many mistakes whatsoever in their positioning. There's very few opportunities to make a good jump. So, NP take the ace and now look to go towards high ground. I'm trying to think of if they want to focus a little bit more first before they go high ground. There's no reason.
Well, and it's interesting too, the gem just not picked up by the Silencer as well, I believe. So now you've got another way to try and shut down some of this vision. You know, with the Hawk, with all of the loads. They have a ward that's now over by the tier tower in the bottom lane.
Radiant's
So
top tower
they're getting good vision up, and that's really allowed the map to...
Yeah, a lot of times these gems come in when I can't actually, but they're going to get into a spot. It's pretty much right now. It's going to NP are going to start closing off most of the map. They're going to try and make it so there's a very short distance. So all the lanes are pushed in, and you just kind of like bounce from lane. And the only way that EG are really going to be able to push out if they don't have smokes is going because there's no vision. This is where that gem comes to take away that aggressive vision. Make sure they can't see your rotations outside of the base because you can't just sit up. You can't just wait. Otherwise, NP themselves a large enough deficit over that it won't even late game a Slark first 5K. Shadow Fiend is gonna blow him up.
Far forward here. They're going for him, trying to take him down. The crit stone, they're not gonna be able to get him. It looks like this time. Basher not online as of yet for Slarkin. Now that is Stampede down. What is it going to take where NPs start to feel confident to really pressure up? Is it just once all?
It's pretty much a play like that. A failed rotation means that if you look at it, Evil G is all on the right-hand side of the map. Bottom lane is not a threat, right? So they're going to have mid pushed in. They're going to have top pushed in. Have all the lanes kind of where they want to be, so they feel comfortable going high ground without trading away a tier. So RTZ trying to push out the lane as much as, but honestly, he knows there's no chances that he has to be there. Team fight, this is where Evil Gene either hold or break.
Tough as well. Butterfly completed a little while ago for Envy. Is got the range, all the range that he can end. Well, they're getting a nice little stun combo here. They're going to be in the follow-up. EMP to burn the mana. Don't want to complicate that one, but he is out of mana now. That's just going to be that going down. Not a great way to stop it. Map to fall. Hello, are they going to jump in? Yeah. Oh, what? Still have it. They're able to get a 3. Off. Just all over them. Does look like they're going to be able to get this melee bear like that. Low here. Round Life actually is going to end up falling. They take down NP as well. So that's 2 already dead. NP were looking so not going to go in. Potentially going to end up more on the stun combo. The Aegis wasn't able to get BKB to get it. And NP is going to fall. They almost take down our team with the Death Requiem, but my God.
Oh my God, Lyrical. I was so ready to praise NP so much for disciplined play. The fact that they weren't making, mistakes when it comes to positioning. And so they were even under the pressure of all the poke that was happening from the FPSF on the separated on the high ground. No one came too close. They got that 3-man crush. And it looks like Steven might die. But that was all fine, well, and good. But what happened is, I think one of the big misplays there was Envy using KB on his team.
Right.
If you saw it, like, they jumped forward, Envy got super low, and they managed to save him. And they had the second life, and what they wanted to do was kind of reset. They wanted to keep this Aegis, see if they could reset, play off of a Shrine or something, come back in. And EG know well enough, right? They know they have to pursue, they have to fight the SF close. And right there, Envy pops his BKB thinking, I'm going to get off the Requiem. And then when he comes back up, stun is just on a whole bunch. If he pops BKB and gets off his ultimate here, maybe he can actually fight it out well enough that he can get away from that situation and they keep the SF alive and everything from there. But the fact that he didn't have that magic too was
God. And yeah, you can see, I mean, if you don't have that BKB, if they so much control, particularly through all the stuff that Invoker's got for himself. I believe that he's pretty close now towards that max out Invoker kit. Yeah, he's got all levels currently in Class Lex, so he's just going to become a terror. Does go back for the Lincoln Sphere as well at this point. I don't know. I feel like it's sort of gotten to the stage where we're on the other end of the seesaw, where we're definitely pulling it back and starting to take over.
I definitely agree with you. I think we're about back to the 50-50 game, Spider Rack's advantage. Maybe they still have a slight advantage, but it's very worrying for them that Evil have some of these late game heroes that kill threats in team fights, whereas at Go they really not quite what they want. It's really great, like playing around high ground air.
Well, not quite able to connect on Again, oh my god, they're so close.
Sumail, I mean, to be fair, that double damage would mean an opportunity for maybe big. I'm always going to be able to blink before they. Probably true, right? Lardar has to best pop out.
Quite time perfect. Well, anyway, though. In the meantime, we talked a lot about the ways to sort of be very disciplined, and at a certain stage, you kind of worry about losing that momentum. Do they need to try something at any point?
They didn't before. And, you know, they went high ground pretty naturally. It all felt good, but now they're going to have to start forcing a little bit more.
Oh, well, the counterplay, they drop out the roar, going to be able to connect. Global Silence comes down. The BKB's already been popped for Eternal Envy, though, and they're trying to chase it out on the north side of the fight. It does look like SVG is going to drop this to Mail. So a mega kill streak for him. And hit that does look like back out. I think MP are kind of okay with that, losing. They use little.
It could have been a whole lot worse considering the way they held this engagement.
Lift up now. Monkey Dazzle. The pop in a bit here. Mana, but alive for now.
Hurricane Pike.
Radiant's top tower is
Yeah,
under
that could have been
attack.
so much worse if we actually went back and did that individual fight. They ulted,
Radiant's top tower
they
has
roared,
fallen.
and a Centaur got 4-staffed. Pretty much as the world himself who got them out of that. So that target was and then they also popped out the Infest Lifestealer. They popped out of the Slardar before he actually moved forward. So what ended up happening is now we spent pretty much his whole entire rage timer just running.
Yeah.
He's just running to try and catch heroes because he was so far behind. So.
Yeah, this is a big one. Right after he ends up respawning, they're able to take him down again. So, Evil Geniuses in another great position to get the pressure onto these objectives, and they've been able to find the Dazzle to move. Dominating streak for Arteezy. And, I mean, Abyssal Blade done now. Ended up going for that instead of the Scotty. I think that's a really good decision in this game. And they're looking down the barrel of possibly being able to take that tier 2.
EG are great at turning up the pressure when they know they have an advantage, and you're seeing that now. EG is definitely on the side
Radiant's
of things.
middle tower is under attack.
Should be looking pretty good to take control of the game. They're probably not, you know, we're not looking at an end game scenario any soon. Probably not for another minute or well, maybe with this Aegis EG. Stop
My God, they're getting into position right now where they want to come and take this fight. Howie walk in, lead in the charge. They're in on top of Roach. They spot him out already, trying to take it down. Able to snatch the Aegis is Sumail, but BKB comes out. Envy drops the Requiem Souls. Down, Sumail's going to be the Aegis down. Can they make any more of it? They're already here on top of SVG, able to get out actually with that Slither and crushing it. Looks like Crit trying to turn now onto Envy. He does not have any BKB left. Sumail is also going to escape and be able to run away. It's going to barely be able to survive from that. Oh my God, he's so low, but is going to die to the boars. Value right there coming out from MSS and the boards, and Arteezy maybe going to end up falling to boot here. Right clicks coming through. That was a wonderful team fight for Envy, and it continues over to the side. Universe jumps back in. They're able to take down Envy. Somehow they turn this back around, and now Arteezy's coming back into fight. The height battle is going to continue, and with Crit coming in, he's going to be able to jump now onto Aoi, who is going to sprint the fall. Rage timer going to wear off in a second, and then they got a stun from Crit, I believe. Stun, silence, and that's going to be the kill. Unstoppable streak. So they do end up getting not the last hit on Roach, but what a fight.
Oh man, there were so many like small little things that worked out to the favor of either NP or EG. And I think one of the funniest things was Sumail on his second life. He blinked over and the ancient camp woke up. Those prowlers or whatever, the one that locks you down when it hits you. It locked down Sumail next to the ancient camp, and now he was just kind of blessed. He was like, oh, I'll just run up and start right-clicking you. Had Yules himself. That was a very close team fight, but in the end, it was a team fight that NP needed to win badly. They have to actually reset things. This is the danger. Slark, you know your game when you have an advantage, you just keep pushing. Right? You keep utilizing that regen to just in the enemy space to keep racking up those stats. What NP need to do is just let those stats fall. They
got
need
30 right
Yeah,
now.
exactly. They need to let that 90 agility he's holding on to right now just to go away. So NP just got to chill a bit, wait for another opportunity, not like EG has Aegis. High ground, you need time to make yourself like to try and build some opportunity, takeoffs or.
And I mean, thinking about the gold graph and the way that this is around over the last couple of minutes, look at the way that the top heroes have switched around throughout the past couple of minutes. It's very clear that this was always going to be a possibility. 1,000 experience lead at this stage. It says, I'm trying to figure out, you know, that you talk about reset, but also at some point you've got to get more than just a ranged barracks up there in the top.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think this again goes back to the idea, right?
Yeah.
Is that you always have the plan A. Ideally, you know, you're able to close out that lane of Brax by 30 minutes with the second Aegis, and go the second lane of Brax by 40 minutes. That's in your head, the ideal. You muck things up a little bit. Now NP, they don't have too many other options, but slowing the game down. I'm not saying they don't need to run away from team. But the first plan kind of failed, right? Weren't able to in the ideal timing for the Slark in the.
Feels like it always has to be off the back. You can't go in for the targets you have. Maybe if eventually you get into a couple items to break it. To go for this initiation, they've been able to find one. Actually, Arteezy in a lot of trouble, but can they get the counterplay? Gets the tornado onto. There's gonna come coming out well, and it looks like for the moment they're controlling MSS. The other side of the map, 1437 forced to Graven. Oh, they're trying to back out, able to jump away from that tornado. Very low, and they step away. Like they're trying to find this. They get the roar off as well. Everybody needs to back out though. Eternal End, he's standing in front of brothers. Arteezy looking for the kill himself. Another big hook stop and able to find two. Can they throw the counterplay? Is going to be able to control. Still off there, but it looks like Arteezy is going to end up falling. Eternal Envy just too strong in this one with the triple. Tornado cooldown is quite good, but NP still win the fight.
A big Daniels hit there. Man, I'm surprised that that NP didn't just fall apart the way that team fight went out. The fact that they weren't able, they countered Arteezy, right? He went for this kind of weird kind of poke it. Beastmaster thought maybe he was alone and immediately got countered. And them failing to get that kill, I was like, oh no. Just gonna kind of get kited as they try and move backwards, right? You're gonna get Burst Spirit hit. You saw the way it happened, right? Like the tornadoes coming in, and EG are they're trying to poke and prod and find these openings. The universe hits this big stun, but Envy just proved big, and part of it was Envy's positioning and the way he's separated to make sure that he was the one between his team and heroes like Samael's Invoker, right? That Invoker couldn't get to that back line. Lay out some of those devastating spells off of a Centaur initiation because Envy was always in the way with high HP, magic immunity.
I think in that fight recap, I saw he blinked 4 times or something in the space of that fight, which blows my mind. Like he's trying to get desperately into a position to, you know, find an angle onto somebody else besides what's going to happen. And now, NP possibly have pulled themselves into a spot where they can push for high ground. 18 seconds with no Arteezy, and they push quite quick.
This is a tornado that is so obnoxious. Level 25.
Out, Meatball as well on the light stealer. Crit's going to take a lot of damage. Actually, crit onto crit for 1,000. Down to half HP off one right click. My God. Now, this is the scary. There's the counterplay, though. The global as well, right? Samael almost dead here. It does look like he will finally fall. Mega kill streak for Eternal Envy. It looks like, well, able to back away. Okay, Earth Spirit buys back. Reverse, maybe gonna drop. They have found him.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
Kills, and it looks like actually Samael is going to be cutting the replay as well.
Yeah, Samael pulled out the fit. We're able to get out of that one, but I get it. How many others would eventually get caught in the mistake that as they have extended forward, they back out, they get caught by the tornado, they get caught
fight. Envy still makes position. Sumail did bots up to the top. They don't have to jump in the fight. They are going to die. Oh man, Arteezy takes a ton of damage. They're trying to go for the counterplay, but they're going to end up losing Melee Barracks. Maybe going to find some more off the back of an Envy. Glimmer Kick, at the moment, still alive here. Does look like they've been able to turn it a 3-person Slither and Crush again. Envy trying to push this issue. And they will back out after taking that Melee Barracks. Another lift up. That's that. Still in some trouble. They find the kill on the Shadow Fiend. Maybe gonna find 4. It was looking good for a second, but now it's losing 3. Gonna lose 4. EG end up making the most of it in spite of losing that Barracks.
Yeah, they really did. Again, it's just the problem with this tornado. When you're able to have it a 9-second cooldown, you're able to throw it as the team goes high ground to try and hit it on the rack, set up some EM sort of play or something like that, and then as they retreat, catching again with that tornado. It's just this constant poke, this where NP, they always have to be hyper aware of where the tornadoes come, their positioning as they retreat. It's so difficult to not make those mistakes, and that's why I was so impressed. And
I'm also looking at this too, it's the buyback. Shadow Fiend bought back in that last engage. I'm assuming to get a little bit more souls. He's up to 27 now. So that he can actually fight a little bit more effectively. But it does mean that, you know, if they end up NC again in the next couple of minutes, it's quite a difficult one. Looks like the tier 3 is going to drop here. Whoa, or stack forward. Really well played. The follow-up's done. The Sunstrike will be enough to kill him. He's dead for 100 seconds, and now NP in a ton of trouble. Howie going to get lifted as well, but I think that this is just going to be eyes on the prize, trying to take him down. Stunned up for the moment is Arteezy, but it looks like he still might be able to find his kill. There's a cold snap as well, 4-step away as well as the grave. Howie turns to fight with the Shrine Elf. I think he just focused down objectives at this point if they wanted. Sumail maybe going a little bit too far forward. Oh my god, he got away on nothing there again. Oh baby, this is quite bad with still 80 seconds, and they know that Shadow Fiend can't come back.
yeah, this is the rough part, is that a Slard will just back out of vision, heal up, and then he's going to be the one to start hitting those Raxes. Sumail can also play off Black Boss and just start regenning up, so they've got plenty of time to play with here.
That's looking for the play. There's the roar, but there's so many more staffs. They're not going to be able to catch him. Now they don't have roar. Now they're going to turn on MSS. 4-stepping away as you wait for the sun. He's still going to get turned upon here by Arteezy. 3 people alive, trying to get the kill. Shrine is up as well. They're able to take down one. That's actually Sumail dying. So maybe they can find more here as Zai turned upon another hook stomp. These fights have just gone on for an entire game, it feels like. Arteezy finds on to life. Another grave coming out from 1430. Up now on MSS. The meatball is going to drop as well. Not quite dead as of yet. Back out. Strike hits it. Oh, what a play. Oh, another lift up. They're trying to force this issue so hard. Envy is still dead for another 15 seconds. They're holding on to these barracks like none other. Is going to die to this? Right click's coming through. No, the TG, they got the kill. There's the lift up and the shoot down. Oh, Sumail's a sniper, man.
Kills now at like, and he saved with that black, right? They had Arteezy dead. He was no mana. He was slowed down. Couldn't get anywhere. Sumail came in with that buyback, created this space to allow Arteezy to actually breathe, and it ends up being a great fight.
Well, yeah, and he talked about that Agi game. He was up to 35 for a little bit. Now that allows them to secure Roshan. So NP, they hold their barracks, but it's at a damn big cost as well. And thinking about all of the buybacks that we used in that engagement and who actually has it at this point too, we're getting to a situation where I'm really concerned for NP to hold this.
Think Evil Genius got Cheese and Aegis and still the stats, so I guess they could, but I wouldn't mind if they just kind of chilled out. That's, most of their heroes are on a 3-minute buyback cooldown. Universe, 3 minutes. Zai's Silencer, 3. Then Arteezy. So just, you know, they have the Aegis, have Cheese, they have great opportunity to close out this game, but if it does go wrong, right, you're going to think to your...
Yeah, no, definitely. A little bit cold in the players' room for Envy's.
I mean, Envy does have those notorious cold hands, right?
That's true. That's fair enough. What a game so far. And, you know, and again about the way that the graph has sort of looked throughout the whole game. Had the ups and the downs. We are going to be back underway at this point in just look at that ground. It's gone crazy. 5,000 still into the favor of EG, but it feels like one team fight, and it could all be over for either team.
I mean, just think about the many times that RTZ walked away with less than a quarter of HP, right? That he was able to get off that ultimate at last second. And think about how that builds up. Had died that first time. Also died. And even situations like Sumail, he also got out so many times on less than a quarter of HP. And one more disable, and he would. But NP, and I love this game because I feel like NP, they played really well, and they just, EG just disruptive enough to be able to stop that initial right, where they had Aegis and they were high ground. And that should have been the time where NP fully takes the lane of Braxton. Really takes control, but
we got an Invoker pressure as well online. Going to get to see some fireworks here in a little bit. I am excited for that one. Also, I mean, just think about the way that it hasn't necessarily felt like either team playing. It's much more been good plays that have been the decision or the factors. And I think that this is a big wake-up call also for a lot of teams out there. Maybe I think some teams were valuing NP at this event and abilities to play, definitely.
I mean, this is their one opportunity to prove that they are a tier 1 after failing the qualifier. Yep, right? This is like they've got DAC and then they're sitting on the sidelines. So they got to go into this tournament, throw everything they have into it. That way they can secure themselves. If they secure themselves top 3 here, that could mean maybe you're actually invited to their tournaments, and maybe you start establishing yourself as a potential invitee instead of going through qualifiers.
NP went up there for a smoke movement towards the top lane. We're not to find anybody, and now heading back. And it looks like NP is trying to become that whirling monster of death, picking up the Satanic next. He has already hit so hard, and now he's going to be able to do it for long. Smoke coming in now from Evil. It's like NP tapping in to back out.
I almost kind of wonder if he should buy out the Satanic back. Life, and SF is not a core buyback hero. Souls, if you're defending base, you're not. Kind of wonder if, like, this next team fight, right? Matter if you have. Kind of wondering if you buy out. Maybe they hope to just draw this game. They do have some growth. That is the one thing, is that they haven't finished up the Abyssal for the lifestealing. That's critical. That kind of block. They also have shards, all those sort of things, right? So there's still significant. You didn't want to late game against Slark and Vogue. Now you're and you can still test them.
The FKB is there for Slark, so he has an answer there. So the other thing that I think I noticed was onto his boot backpack, if I'm not.
Yeah,
making sure he has the Aegis.
He's got the boot stuff, right? When he's all on wax.
Yeah.
Just daggers. Scythe of Ice. They also still don't have the Aghanim. Tar, obviously, that got nerfed.
What have we here?
See the bit less power.
Yeah, which is quite good also. High ground, just high ground.
Getting Amplify off yourself or bouncing back a war.
Another step spotting this. Thought that NB well. Right now they would be walking under ward up on the high ground. 5 tier. Lobby scouted, now our season real. A couple thing.
Back towards. They still want to keep bottom lane. Give and be a quick opportunity
soldier's fortune.
to smoke out and put buybacks are coming back into play here. SF and Lifestealer.
I mean, the other thing that you saw there is Sumail actually finished off the cheap spell.
Yeah.
That's going to be another one of items that, granted, that means he doesn't have his Blink Dagger or some other thing up. I guess you want to keep the Refresher constantly in your shit out. Is it, or ability felt to me like it's so important for him at the start of these fights that you might not be able to have it in your 5 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he feels like he's fast enough that he'll be able to dive tornado and disrupt. Jump onto him. Thanks to the heads up there. I'm not totally.
Now a big fight here going out. They actually jump out though. Hook Stomp not going to connect onto Aoi, and the Sunstrike now. Arteezy and Envy, they're going at it with each other, but now looks like they need to try and back out. I think this fight is going to heavily favor Envy if it continues what's going. And El Sumail jumps in from the other side, is refreshed up, dropped the meatball. Didn't really end up doing all that much damage. And they pop back on the Earth Spirit as well. Strange collection of fighting going on, and looks like they'll be able to snag their gem back as well.
Get it back into their hands. NP are just happy. Buyback was forced. They made the call. In the middle of a hectic team fight, they made the call. A buyback was used just back. That was a win. They also used EKB on Slardar, for example. Make sure that he tied to the refresher meteor. Both so refresher down, buyback you. They're pretty happy, just kind of set in a minute's time going back. They're gonna go for it. I thought they'd wait for the pressure is gonna else they need to win. Or still have the record. They didn't actually use.
Envy is showing in lane, so I guess EG are still going to back up. They're too worried about a smoke. Could go in for this though, and they're looking for initiation onto Arteezy mid lane, able to get the clutch off. Dark Pack was not there, but he threw out the Lotus Orb, keeping him alive for the moment. Reflect the Roar as well. She's ended up getting eaten there as well, I believe, and it looks like they're able to get the counter stun. They're controlling up Aoi. Meatball is going to drop, and that's on its 2 BKB targets. MSS looking to try and find enough damage there, and they are going to be able to bring down Arteezy. Now looking for more. Zai is going to start to get ran down here, and maybe they can take him down. A tornado lift up onto Envy, slow the push. Sumail jumps in, stick onto 1. They're going to get a Tempting Blast push back onto 2. Ice Wall is up, and another SG save the day. Sumail able to tornado just barely away, and it does look like he's going to be able to escape with that one. Sunstrike comes down, not doing nearly enough damage. Universe is going to fall. They're going to have another tornado in a second if they want to throw it from far away, but Universe is already gone. Crit is going to be able to blink out, but NP with the momentum.
Nice initiation. That was great. That 4-man smoke going Eternal Envy in the bottom lane like that. It gave Arteezy like just enough confidence to deal with that mid lane. And exactly where they struck. Great big crushes by F all game.
Look at that range you get from the Shadow Fiend as well. Monster for this to get the counter crush coming in. Meatball is going to be dropped again. And out of mana right now, Envy's popped the BKB, turns to fight, popped this as well, taking a lot of damage here. Roar to try and create that little bit of separation on the ice. A couple heroes, but that's now crit dead. He does not have a buyback. They're still trying to bring a P-Stick to follow, and it looks like they aren't going to have enough damage to run him. He have another window here where they can go back in for another try.
And they don't have any shrines to work off of, so they'll have to just full-on retreat back to base and heal themselves up. But that was another win, right? They forced those 2 buybacks. It's got to be slow and steady. NP, they've been disciplined. There's no sense in trying and just mindlessly running into these. They make the call to line. They keep their positioning and that, you know, if each send themselves up, they're ready to turn. NP are now in a position the next 5 minutes where they have a serious win condition. If they kill the Centaur or the Slark, the game is like already 50%. Actually get that one and take that hero out of the game. you almost got the game, especially if you have agents.
Yeah, it's to the point now also where you don't feel comfortable going into contesting.
Roshan
This
has
Spirits
fallen to the Radiant.
time off the map as well, so they're able to take another objective because of that rotation at that point. So another pressure towards mid. Evil Geniuses back up against the wall. How do they take this fight?
Sumail has got to be the aggressor here. He's got to be one who sets all the initiations up. He can't let NP just weaken his bait. And the reason I'm putting the pressure on him is he has the buyback. So he has the liberty to be able to go out there and try and make things happen, knowing that he has this second chance in his back pocket when his allies, none of them have buyback. Be the one to actually make the critical plays happen. And lend opportunities for RTZ Universe to make smart calls.
They're trying to kill it all off with the tornado because they're already on top of killing off this lifesteal. He's taking so much. It's good clever cape. They find a 4-man clutch, but it's not enough to save their lifestealer. They're on top of Envy at this point. 4-step forward, trying to bring him low. Is he going to end up dying here? They're going to buy back on the lifestealer, try and get him back into the fight. The crush from Universe only catches on to MSS. They get the silence to follow. But there isn't anything else there, and that is going to be another buyback for Invoker. So I feel like EG have to find something here, but it's just so hard to take this fight because now you don't have buyback on the Invoker either.
Well, Evil Geniuses do have, like, the Lifestealer did buy back and he's making his way in. So there's still a possibility that Evil Geniuses could win this defense and kill the Lifestealer and then be able to go down mid, but they can't afford to lose some of these cores. Especially RTZ, he hasn't backed up too much now.
Oh my god, they jump in as soon as Universe jumps forward and able to get him out. Trying to walk away from all of this one. Cold snap up there as well as a lift up the tornado. They're just trying to hold on as long as possible at this point.
Not that big. Uh-oh. Last creep to hit.
Uh-oh.
He was hoping to get back to full HP with that satanic. That's okay, still has the age.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
Wait for a couple more waves to come in because after all,
they open wounds that way Envy could heal off of it.
All right, they still got 2 melee Raxes left. Plenty of time on the Aegis. There's no reason for NP to rush things. Done extraordinarily well throughout this game and setting up opportunities to get the right kind of playing the way they have, and they can close out this game.
Feels like SDG had a particularly amazing play and experience in this one, like winning mid early.
Ravaged EG.
Yeah, like over and over again. And that play also to wait until you get the crush off after the 4-staff to kill Buddy. Just really good stuff. To find another one. The high ground, actually trying to find them in the wraparound here. Spotted out by NP. Gonna summon a boar. They have a hawk up there. But it'd be a decent time to fight for MP, even if they got initiated. And now they realize what's going on.
They knew about it. They playing that left side. They saw the ward late down. Gotta be careful with his dark pack.
Enough high ground, and Envy actually up on the high ground himself. Try and hit down this melee barracks. They still haven't been able to do much structural damage as they might have wanted, but there's the initiation to come in. He's just still there. He's stunned up. Hop down in just a second. Ready to keep him alive. The counter clutch. Sumail is going to end up dying there to Owie, and now the counter plays could come out. They're all over him. Universe starting to fall low. Can they get another crush? That is going to be one. Crit doing his best to magnetize. It's not near as end. Be able to take this fight and potentially even the game.
Are under attack.
God, great display.
Fantastic. I felt like, you know, I was thinking to myself, I was like, man, I bet I sounded like I'm just gushing over NP. But honestly, like, I was just super impressed with them. I was just like, every single time I'm watching them try and retreat sticky situations, you know, this level 25 Quaswegs Invokers constantly throwing tornadoes at you, and I'm watching their position, like, they're really, they so well in that regard. And this is the NP that was so dominant for some time. It's that they were able to set up strong defensive lanes where they were able to get advantage